Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from, and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. Is this a new couch? I asked. The psychologist looked at the couch. Number, same as always. New chair? No. New glasses? No. Are you the same doctor? The psychologist paused. Yes. He scratched his head and sighed. Father sighed the exact same way often. He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a small rectangular bottle of Jim Beam. He raised the bottle to his lips, avoiding eye contact with me, and took a sip. Then he offered the bottle to me. Take a swig. What? I'm retiring in a week. I'm leaving. Take a swig. I took the bottle of whiskey, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. This isn't whiskey, I said after swallowing. You're right. It's brandy. You noticed that. You're fine. You overreact. You're a clam. Excuse me? It's all the same to a clam. Shel Silverstein wrote that. Would you call a clam stupid because it doesn't notice when prodded by a fish or stepped on by a human? Maybe. The clam functions well enough. But I'm not a clam. And this wasn't whiskey. I shook my head. I'd guessed that it wasn't whiskey. I had no idea that it was actually brandy. The psychologist must have realized this. I wish he did. You don't think my problem is a problem? I asked. It's not. It's a peculiarity. Nothing more. Your mother's been missing for 6 years and you never noticed. It's unobservant, but not abnormal. Your father has accused you of her murder. I've seen families more dysfunctional. You took the bus here all on your own. You are completely normal. Do not let anyone ever tell you otherwise. The fact that you can't naturally observe is just a peculiarity, and nothing more. I looked around and scratched the cuticles on my thumbs with my pointer fingers. Did you switch my room? Something looks different. It was a bad habit, the cuticle scratching. All of my habits were, I suppose. My cuticles were red and raw with hints of blood. I rested 2 fingers against my lips every once in a while, a habit reminiscent of my time as a smoker. My fingers felt yellow, like the old glow from a night spent binge smoking until 4 in the morning. Except my smoking had never been from going out with friends. No, I spent hours at night staring at a certain spot, the coffee shop by the bridge, the park with the lights on the trees, even my own home, wondering what looked different. Nothing felt different. That was the problem. Nothing ever felt different. Not only did we not switch your room, but every room here is exactly the same, said the orderly. So even if we had switched you to a new room, still nothing would look different. The orderly wore white. He had brass skin, and his forearm muscles twitched when he spoke. The hair on his forearms was thick and blonde and looked like a memory of wheat. He had dark eyelashes and a heavy nose that seemed to melt from his face. His baggy white pants looked comfortable. It seemed a shame that wearing them out in a social setting would be abnormal. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. Did the orderly ever wear different pants? When I was 8 or so, while at school, my parents switched my bed for a bunk bed and moved all my older brother's things into my room, I said. Or maybe I switched into his room. He had a lot of things, clothes and furniture, but also posters like that Captain Marvel poster. the one where he looked like he was about to dive back down to earth from the clouds. He had a lot of stuffed animals and action figures as well, mostly Captain Marvel stuff. He had a few Wonder Woman toys, but he kept those hidden. I used to tease him and call them Barbies. He would punch me for saying that. I didn't notice when he went off to college. I didn't notice when he came back. I didn't notice that, while he was gone, Father made the empty bedroom his office. I didn't notice Mother was missing. I didn't notice any of those things. Who knows why a butcher needs an office? Either way, I didn't notice. My brother asked where Mother was. I hadn't thought about it until he asked. He and I found out at the same time that she'd been missing for 6 years. My brother and Father had gotten into a fight. He came back all of a sudden, my brother. It all makes me feel stupid. So much happened, and I tell it as it was told to me, not as I experienced it. You're not stupid. That's kind of you to say, orderly. So anyway, my brother insisted I see a psychologist. Father would grimace at me. He would say, even the orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. He would give me steak every day because I don't like change. That line is from a Simon and Garfunkel song. I tried to be skeptical then. I knew I'd always have steak for dinner. I was always skeptical. Am I the only skeptical orangutan around here? Yes. There has been no change in your cage. Not that a change would be easy to notice. I wiggled my toes. I was barefoot because walking the hallways without shoes allowed me to feel the cool tile on my feet. There was something relaxing in pacing a small room barefoot. I shifted my weight and began picking at my eyebrows as I looked around the room. The walls were beige with a horizontal line of blue. The floor, tan tile, details. My psychologist thinks I don't have a problem. You guys think I do. I feel like a caged orangutan that doesn't move. The kind that if you had to describe it, you'd think it was depressed. That's how Father looked at me, like I was a depressed, confined orangutan. The orderly didn't reply. I sighed. So when can I leave here? After the trial, maybe. No, I mean, when will I be fixed? I keep having the feeling you guys are going to test me by making a change in my room and seeing if I notice. We don't do that. We're here to help you, not play tricks on you. You know that, don't you? My psychologist tests me, I said. I tapped my forehead, imagining a conversation where the orderly told me to take control. Unshakable habits beget unfavorable function. Something like that. That's what the psychologist said. I scratched my cuticles and looked at the orderly's pants. Are those Dickies? My pants? Yeah, they look comfortable. Is that an elastic waistband? You have the same pants except yours are blue. I felt my waist. I hadn't given my pants a thought. If someone had blindfolded me, I'd haven't the slightest idea what pants I was wearing. Is that normal? Yeah, everyone here wears the same pants. Sorry, not that. I was thinking that it's strange that I'd have no idea if what I'm wearing is different than normal. Isn't that odd? That's not for me to decide. I'd like to be able to notice change, I said. The orderly scratched his head. The doctor has diagnosed you with neophobia. Do you know what that is? A fear of change. Exactly. But I'm not afraid of change. I just wish I'd notice it naturally. The orderly shook his head as he left the room. I don't know what to tell you, but I believe you. I don't think you murdered your mother. A lawyer looked at me with an eyebrow raised, but also with his nose crinkled a little. So you never noticed your mother's absence, he said. I shook my head. Number Father never mentioned it. I know this is my second day in court, but I'm not sure if you're the same lawyer I spoke to yesterday. The courtroom didn't look like a courtroom. It looked like a room. Yes, the judge sat on a raised platform, but everyone else sat on folding chairs. Yes, the jury sat behind a wooden bar, but the room was carpeted, and there were only 3 people in the audience who all looked vaguely familiar. Everyone looked vaguely familiar when out of context. The lawyer turned to the jury. Why is that something that would need mentioning if you already knew? I didn't know. Are you the same lawyer as last time? I asked. The lawyer raised an eyebrow and turned back to me. I'm not your lawyer. I work for the DA. How did you not know? I thought I already answered this to the other lawyer. Isn't that why the judge sent me to the facility? Don't you already understand? I'm not an orangutan. There was a second lawyer. He nodded at me, a reassuring nod. The district attorney looked confused. I'm sure I looked confused too. The orderly leaned against the frame of the doorway. Tough day in court? I'm just glad to be back, I said. It's comforting here. I like the padded floor and walls. I don't like it out there. I can never shake the feeling that everyone's playing a big trick on me, moving things around and laughing because I don't notice. I hate it when people laugh at me. The orderly had brass skin and thick blonde hair on his arms. He had a heavy nose and dark eyelashes. His forearms were thick like an ape's. He looked familiar, but you could never be too certain. Everyone looked vaguely familiar to me. Are you the... Yes, same as always. Is this the same room? The orderly looked at me curiously. You really don't remember? You even mentioned it to me yesterday. The tan walls with the blue horizontal stripe. Now today, padded walls. So this is a different room, I said, wide-eyed. I began scratching my cuticles. I don't like being surprised by change. I don't have a fear of change. No one likes surprises. Yes, this is a different room, so you don't hurt yourself. Your lawyer's request, actually, says bad news is coming. None of you understand me. Father understands me. He gives me steak every day for dinner and for breakfast. I hate change because I don't notice it. But Father understood. He'd tell me all day that we'd be having steak. Then we'd have steak, and I knew nothing had changed. The orangutans have nothing of which to be skeptical. I knew I'd be having steak. I wouldn't have noticed if one day I didn't, but it was more comforting not having to worry about not noticing a change. Steak every day? I envy you, man. I love steak. Well, after a while he would switch to hamburgers, probably because it was too expensive to give me steak every day. But then we'd go back to steak. We alternated. I didn't like the burgers as much, though. That's understandable. The burgers made me sick sometimes. I wouldn't notice that he'd switch to burgers. They made me sick sometimes with their crunch. That's why I started seeing the psychologist. Why would you see a psychologist for a crunchy hamburger? Oh, not about that. Sorry. I mean, Mother missing for 6 years and I never noticed. That's what I was thinking. That's crazy. I love her. That's why I began seeing the psychologist. When I found out she'd been missing for 6 years and I never noticed. But now I'm here, in this psychiatric facility. Perhaps this is where I belong. I scratched my cuticles with my pointer fingers. Wherever I was, I'd always been there. Whomever I met, I'd always known. Whatever I ate, I'd always eaten. Whatever I'd think, I'd always thought. Not noticing change meant never getting excited, never pleasantly surprised, never owning, never having, just seeing, never observing. I recognized this, but unless I made a conscious effort to observe, everything passed by me unnoticed. "That's crazy," said the orderly. "But I'm certain you'll be out of here soon. You'll continue seeing your psychologist, and you'll slowly get better. You don't deserve to be here. That much is obvious. Imagine 2 boxes of chocolates, if you will. One is uncovered, one is covered. Both are yours. You would notice immediately if the uncovered had missing chocolate. Missing chocolates from the covered, however, could only be noticed once the cover was removed. This is how the butcher's son lives his life. Every uncovered box in his world is covered. While you or I would notice missing chocolates immediately by just glancing at the box, he wouldn't notice unless he actively wanted a piece of chocolate and it wasn't there. A favorite sofa, even if it were the only piece of furniture in his otherwise empty home, would only be noticed as missing once he intended to sit on it, and not a moment before. The rest of us would notice the second we set foot inside the home. And his father kept feeding him steak. He pointed out the front door of the courtroom, for some reason, instead of at me in the witness stand. I guess father was here too, somewhere. I hadn't seen him since this case began. The DA stood. Objection. Moved to strike. The other lawyer turned to the judge. "It's all about the evidence, Your Honor." The judge looked at both clients. "Overruled. I want to see where this goes." "Same couch?" The psychologist looked at me like I'd covered myself in shit. He didn't reply to my question. He really did not like me. It was the exact same look father always gave me. I'd been released from the psychiatric facility. I wasn't guilty. I did not murder mother. Now both father and mother were missing. I just needed to see my psychologist. The orderly looked apologetic as I'd left. I'd taken the bus straight here. The psychologist always made himself available to me. He felt sorry for me too, I think. "Yes, this is the same couch," the psychologist said, sighing. He took a swig from his bottle of Jim Beam. "Do you understand what happened in court today?" Pity was common. People always felt sorry for me because of my debilitating stupidity. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. They are especially skeptical of the clam. Yes, apparently father is now the alleged murderer of my mother. I only get to see bits and pieces of the trial when I'm on the stand. But I'm not stupid. I could figure that much out. I still can't believe it. The psychologist stood from his chair and walked to the window. He stared at the parking lot down below. I watched him, wondering what I missed. That's why I hated change. I obviously missed something, but I had no idea what. I missed something. The psychologist's complexion became slightly pale, but also a tinge green, as if he suffered from food poisoning. He turned, grabbed his keys from the desk and coat from the hook by the door. "Come with me," he said. "This will all be over soon. We're going out for lunch." "Lunch?" The psychologist held the door open for me. "Yes, let's go." I wrapped my fingernails on the table. Why were we out to lunch at Outback Steakhouse? The waiter approached. "What will we be having today?" "One steak," said the psychologist, for the young man across from me. "You're not eating?" I asked. "Not right now, no. That's all, thanks." The waiter nodded and left. I looked around the restaurant. A giant boomerang hung from the wall. Do Australians actually use that? The psychologist cleared his throat. "Do you understand what happened in court?" I nodded. Father is wanted for the alleged murder of mother. They think he did it. I didn't do it. Mother's body was never found, so I'm not sure why they think there's a murder to be solved. Maybe she just left. That's what I've been saying. No, she didn't just leave. She was murdered. Your father is guilty. I grimaced. I don't think so. But either way, he's been missing since the verdict. I'm sure he's off trying to find her now. The psychologist spoke slowly. Your father, the butcher, cooked you steak every day? Yes. He understood how I didn't like change. I don't notice it, and it makes me nervous and uncomfortable. He'd tell me we'd have steak, and that I'd always be having steak, and I always did. If he never repeated himself, then one day gave me fish or chicken or something, I'd never notice. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but I hate not realizing that something is different. I'm smart enough to realize how brain dead this all makes me. I wish so badly I could notice change, because then I'd be completely normal. But I can't, and I hate that so much. Most messed up people like me can't imagine what they're missing. I can. I can imagine it. I see normal and know I'll never be that. But I've accepted that, I guess. The waiter returned and placed the steak in front of me. Is this definitely steak? I asked. The waiter looked at the psychologist and then back at me with a slight grin. He thought I was joking. I wasn't. It's definitely steak. Okay. The psychologist frowned at me. Try it. A strange bubbling grew in my stomach. I began to feel nauseous. I really did not want the steak. It didn't look good at all. It looked weird. I scratched my cuticles. I'm not really hungry. Eat the steak. I really don't want it. I scratched my cuticles harder. The scabs made way for fresh blood. I'm not going to ask again. Eat the steak now. I stared at the psychologist. He glared back at me. I really did not want the steak. Now, he repeated. I begrudgingly stabbed the beef with my fork, cut off a chunk, and placed it in my mouth. Notice anything? He asked as I chewed. I felt nauseous, but forced it down. I placed the fork down and took a large sip of water. I did not want to be here, and I did not want to eat this steak. Of course not. Nothing? I shook my head. Nothing. Take another bite now. What you have there is a T-bone steak. That's an expensive cut, from the short loin and, if the butcher did it right, a tiny piece of the tenderloin. That's my favorite part of the T-bone steak. The psychologist pointed again. Take another bite. I forced myself to pick up the fork, cut off another piece, and chew. It doesn't taste different to you? The nausea subsided. I chewed slower. I suppose I'm enjoying this taste more than I remember enjoying the taste of Father's steak. So you notice a difference. I suppose I do. Yeah. So I'll just tell you exactly what someone without your condition would notice. He would have immediately noticed that the steak he's eating now tastes far different from the steak his father fed him. He would have noticed it looked way different, smelled way different, and even felt way different. He would. Immediately. You never liked your father's steak. That's true. But you like this steak? I kept on eating. Yeah, I guess I do. The psychologist pressed on, his hands clenched on the table, a weird grin on his face. Your mother's body was never found. We can't even be sure that she was murdered. I already told you she was murdered. You never had steak for dinner, the psychologist said. He looked excited. He was smiling. Yes, I did. I had steak for dinner and for breakfast. The psychologist shook his head, smirking. You didn't. You had steak before your mother died, but after she died, Father cooked steak every day. Number no, no, no. The psychologist's smile broadened by the second. He looked deranged now. You never had steak for dinner because you wouldn't know the difference. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. The clams, well, it's all the same to the clam. Your father killed your mother. Your father killed a lot of people. You had meat for breakfast and dinner, but it wasn't beef. No, it was never beef. Your father had a room, your brother's old room. That room became your mother's. Your father prepared your every meal every day, but it was never steak. I dropped my fork. It clanged on the table. I dropped the knife too. It was hard to breathe now. I missed something. The psychologist began laughing hysterically. He grabbed his mustache and pulled. It came right off. He took off his glasses. I missed something big. It was hard to breathe. He was laughing so hard. You still don't recognize me. You're so stupid. This disguise cost $2. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and dabbed tears from his eyes. The handkerchief was stained heavily with blood. You never had steak. For dinner you had your psychologist, he said, wagging the handkerchief. And for breakfast, you had your mother. The new house. I should have known something was wrong the moment I first stepped into that basement. The air felt different down there. Heavy, almost viscous, as if it was reluctant to let you move through it. But like a fool drunk on the prospect of finally owning my dream home, I ignored that first warning sign. We all did. The realtor had been suspiciously eager to close the deal, practically shoving the papers into our hands the moment we expressed interest. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, a sprawling backyard with mature oak trees, and all at a price that seemed too good to be true in this market. My wife Sarah kept saying exactly that. It's too good to be true, Jack. But I convinced her we'd just gotten lucky. Some people win the lottery. We'd found our perfect home. Our daughter Emma fell in love with it immediately. At 7 years old, she had an uncanny ability to find hidden spaces that adults overlooked, declaring them her special places. The window seat in the library, the hollow beneath the stairs, the old treehouse in the backyard. She claimed them all within hours of our first viewing. But it was the basement she loved most, despite its musty smell and the way the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees the moment you descended those creaking wooden stairs. The other kids want to play with me, she told us on our second night in the house, her voice carrying that dreamlike quality children sometimes get when they're half asleep. Sarah and I exchanged worried glances over her head. We'd moved here specifically because the neighborhood had so few children, hoping the quiet would help with Emma's night terrors. What other kids, sweetie? Sarah asked, tucking Emma's favorite stuffed rabbit closer to her chest. The ones behind the door, Emma replied matter-of-factly, already drifting off to sleep. They're always laughing. I blamed it on an overactive imagination, the stress of moving, the unfamiliarity of a new house with its strange creaks and settling sounds. But 3 days later, I heard it too. I was in the basement organizing our boxes of Christmas decorations. Sarah insisted they needed to be easily accessible even though it was only August, when the sound first reached my ears. It was faint, like wind through leaves, but unmistakable, children's laughter, high and clear and musical. I froze, my hand still gripping a tangled string of lights, and listened harder. The sound grew stronger, and with it came the sensation of being watched. The air grew colder, and the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling seemed to dim, its light becoming sickly and wan. The laughter was coming from behind the far wall, where a stack of moving boxes partially obscured the basement's rough concrete surface. I moved the boxes aside one by one, my hands trembling despite my attempts to rationalize what I was hearing. Behind them, I found something that shouldn't have existed. A door. It was old, far older than the rest of the house, made of thick wooden planks bound with black iron bands. The wood was dark with age, and the handle, a crude iron ring, was spotted with rust. But what struck me most was that this door wasn't on any of the house plans. I'd studied them extensively during the purchase, making sure everything was up to code. This door simply didn't exist. And yet here it was, solid and real beneath my shaking fingers, with the sound of children's laughter emanating from behind it. I called Sarah immediately. She came down while Emma was watching cartoons upstairs, her face paling as she heard the laughter too. "We need to open it," she whispered, though her eyes screamed that we should run instead. "We need to know what's behind it." The door was locked, of course. The local locksmith refused to come when I described it to him, mumbling something about his grandmother being ill. The next one simply hung up. Finally, I found someone 2 towns over who agreed to make the trip, though he charged triple his normal rate. He arrived on a Friday evening, just as the sun was setting. The moment he saw the door, he crossed himself, something I'd never seen anyone do outside of movies. "This isn't right," he muttered, his tools clattering in his trembling hands. "This door isn't supposed to be here." "Can you open it?" I asked, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. The laughter had been getting louder each night, and Emma had started sleepwalking, always heading toward the basement before we caught her. The locksmith worked for nearly an hour, his face growing paler and his hands shakier with each passing minute. The laughter seemed to mock his efforts, swelling and receding like waves on a beach. Finally, there was a click that seemed to echo through the entire house. "It's done," he said, already backing away. "But I wouldn't..." He didn't finish the sentence, just turned and fled up the stairs. I heard his truck's engine roar to life moments later. Sarah and I stood before the door, holding hands like frightened children. The laughter had stopped for the first time in days, replaced by an expectant silence that pressed against our eardrums. "Together?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, and we reached for the iron ring. The door opened with a groan that seemed to come from the earth itself, revealing a brick wall, solid, mortared brick, not 6 inches behind the door frame. We stood there staring at it, disappointment and relief warring in my chest. Then the laughter started again, louder than ever before. It wasn't coming from behind the wall anymore. It was coming from everywhere, filling the basement with its manic chorus. And now we could hear words mixed in with the laughter. "You found us. You found us. Now you have to stay." The temperature plummeted. Our breath clouded in front of us, and frost began forming on the brick wall. As we watched in horror, handprints appeared in the frost, tiny handprints, like those of small children. They pressed outward, as if dozens of small hands were pushing against the other side of the wall. We ran upstairs and found Emma standing in the kitchen, her eyes wide and blank. "They're coming through," she said in a voice that wasn't quite her own. "They've been waiting so long to play." That was 3 weeks ago. The laughter hasn't stopped since then. It follows us through the house, day and night, growing louder and more insistent. The handprints appear on every mirror, every window, every surface that can hold frost. At night, we hear scratching in the walls, getting closer to breaking through. Emma talks to them now. We'll find her sitting in corners, giggling at nothing, having conversations with empty air. Sometimes objects move when we're not looking. Toys arrange themselves in circles. Doors open and close on their own. And yesterday, I found all our photos turned to face the wall. The brick wall is changing too. The mortar between the bricks is crumbling, turning to dust that drifts down like gray snow. Sometimes I think I can see movement in the gaps, tiny fingers poking through, testing their prison strength. The laughter gets louder whenever I notice this, as if they know I'm watching. Sarah wants to leave, but we can't. We've tried 3 times now. Each time we pack our bags and load the car, but when we try to drive away, we find ourselves turning back toward the house, compelled by some force we can't resist. The children's laughter follows us, no matter how far we drive. Last night, I woke to find Emma standing by our bed, her small figure silhouetted against the darkness. "They're almost here, Daddy," she said, her voice mixed with others. "They just need a little more time, a little more strength." She turned to look at me, and in the faint light from the window, I saw that her eyes were solid black, like holes in her face. They need us to play with them, forever. The worst part is, I'm starting to hear other sounds mixing with the laughter now. Adult voices, familiar ones. Sarah's laugh is in there sometimes, high and clear, like it used to be before all this started. And yesterday, I caught myself laughing along with them, a sound that wasn't quite human anymore. The brick wall is barely holding now. Large chunks of mortar fall away each hour, and the gaps between the bricks are wide enough to see through. Sometimes I catch glimpses of what's on the other side, a darkness deeper than any I've ever known, filled with movement and the sound of small feet pattering on cold stone. They're getting closer. The laughter is so loud now that it drowns out all other sounds. Emma spends most of her time in the basement, sitting cross-legged in front of the door, having animated conversations with whatever lurks behind that crumbling wall. Sarah's eyes are starting to look like Emma's, darker, emptier, reflecting things I can't see. And I think I'm changing too. The laughter doesn't frighten me as much anymore. Sometimes I find myself smiling when I hear it, feeling an odd warmth in my chest despite the perpetual cold. Part of me wants to help them break through, to finally meet the children we've been hearing all these weeks. This morning, I found myself standing in front of the brick wall, my fingers tracing the crumbling mortar. The gaps are almost wide enough now. Behind the wall, I can hear them moving closer, their little hands scraping against the bricks. Their laughter is sweeter now, almost seductive, promising games and joy and eternal playtime. The world beyond our house seems less and less real with each passing day. The sunlight looks wrong, too bright and harsh compared to the soft darkness of the basement. Food tastes like ash in our mouths, but we don't feel hungry anymore. Sleep comes in brief, turbulent bursts, filled with dreams of small hands reaching for us, of rooms that shouldn't exist, and doors that lead to impossible places. Emma says they're teaching her new games, games that normal children couldn't play, games that change the rules of what's possible. Sometimes I see her floating a few inches above her bed, giggling as she spins slowly in the air. Sarah found her walking on the ceiling yesterday, her hair hanging down like a curtain of darkness, her black eyes shining with impossible light. The brick wall will fall soon. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. The children tell me it doesn't matter. Time doesn't work the same way where they are. They've been waiting for decades, centuries perhaps, for someone to open that door and give them the strength they needed. All those previous families, all those lost children, They're all still there, playing their eternal games in the darkness beyond the wall. I should be terrified. I should be fighting this with every ounce of strength I have. But the laughter has worked its way into my soul now, replacing my fear with a strange, giddy anticipation. Part of me knows that when the wall finally falls, we'll cease to be ourselves. We'll join the chorus of laughter that echoes through this house, become part of whatever darkness lurks behind that impossible door. But another part of me, growing stronger each day, whispers that maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe we'll be happy there, in that eternal playground where physics and reality are just suggestions, where every game lasts forever and no one ever has to grow up. The first brick just fell from the wall. I can see small pale hands reaching through the gap, their fingers impossibly long and delicate. Emma is bouncing with excitement, her feet no longer touching the ground. Sarah's smile is too wide now, stretching past the normal limits of her face. And me? I'm sitting here writing this down, trying to warn others away from this house, from that door, from the children who wait behind it. But my handwriting is changing as I write, becoming spidery and childlike. The pen keeps giggling in my hand. They're calling us now. The gap in the wall is wide enough to see their faces, or what passes for faces in that impossible darkness. Such wonderful games they have planned for us. Such marvelous toys they want to share. If you're reading this, stay away from this house. Don't be fooled by the perfect price, the spacious rooms, the beautiful yard. Don't open doors that shouldn't exist. But if you do, if you hear children laughing behind a wall, if you feel small hands tugging at your sleeve in the darkness, well, maybe we'll play together someday. Forever and ever and ever and ever and hunger. As a doctor, I'm bound by doctor-patient privilege to not disclose the specifics of what I'm about to tell you. But as a human being, I feel compelled to share. This is, without a doubt, the most horrific story I've ever had the displeasure of being a part of. It was 2009, and my schedule that day was light. I was just finishing up my lunch when I got a call from a friend and colleague who had his own practice in the same building as me. Sometimes we would send work each other's way when we knew the other could use it. I was a bit elated at the prospect of him calling me, because I had just been going over my books and stressing a bit. "Are you busy right now? I'd like to send someone up to you," he said. "No, my afternoon is barren. What are the details?" "It's a walk-in. From the look of it, an eating disorder. Her mother is concerned." Eating disorder. Those can be unpleasant. I'd actually had a bulimic throw-up in my office once when I stepped out momentarily to check my calendar. Still, I needed the work. "All right, send her up." I tried to tidy up my desk to make my office look more presentable and professional while I waited. 10 minutes ticked by and no patient showed up, so I stepped out to go looking for her. When I got to the hall, there was a small contingent of people standing around the elevator. They were talking amongst themselves. "What's going on?" I asked. "The elevator's broke," someone said. "Shit, I bet she's on there," I thought. "What floor is it stuck on?" "The 10th and 11th. "Yeah, that would be about right." My colleague's office was on the 10th, 3 floors down. I knew from experience that it could be anywhere up to an hour before they got the elevator working again. I hoped she wasn't claustrophobic. Returning to my office, I called downstairs. "What's up?" my colleague asked after picking up. "She's stuck in the elevator." He laughed. "Really? Poor thing. What's her name?" "Amelia." He paused. "Amelia D. something." All right, thanks. If you got any impressions on her from your brief visit, maybe you can share them later, over drinks. Sure, Don't tell me. I want to form my own opinion first. Okay. True to form, an hour and 10 minutes later, I heard a loud cheer from the hallway, indicating the elevator had started working again. I should go make sure she's all right, I thought to myself, and went out to join the throng of people standing around in the hallway. There were a lot more people by then, and I couldn't make my way to the elevator doors or even see them from where I was, but I could hear it when the elevator dinged, indicating it was stopping on our floor, and the rolling mechanical sound of the doors opening. There was a loud gasp from the crowd of people, followed by a lot of jabbering. "Holy shit!" someone said quite loudly. People started hustling away from the elevator, shoving past me. I struggled against the tide and made my way to where a number of people were standing around, staring into the elevator cab. As I approached, I could smell this stench. It was like stumbling into the apartment of a recluse who hadn't come out or bathed for years. It rolled like a wave out of the elevator and cascaded over everyone in the hallway. A young man in a business suit who looked dressed for an interview was covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. I skirted around him to see into the elevator. The woman in the elevator was not at all what I was expecting. Massively obese, she looked like she weighed somewhere around 500-600 lbs. Her face was so puffed up, her eyes were barely visible, just 2 dark dots above her cheeks. She had frizzed-out brown hair that still had curlers in it. The notion that I was smelling a recluse seemed all the more plausible at the sight of her. Her mouth was covered with what looked like greasy barbecue sauce. There was even some sort of gristle at the corners of her lips. There was more of it all over her hands and wiped down the front of her shirt. It looked like she had come straight from an all-you-can-eat rib buffet. Clenched tightly in one of her hands was a big black trash bag that sagged full of something that seemed to slosh around inside it. The smell coming out of it was nauseating. The woman stepped out of the elevator, her eyes and nose runny with tears and mucus. I stepped forward while everyone else backed away, horrified. "Amelia?" I asked her. She looked at me through her beady little piggy eyes, her cheeks covered with that vile, red gunk and streaking with tears, and opened her mouth. For about 3 seconds, I had the horrible notion that she was going to vomit an entire barbecue on me. I was hungry, she stuttered with a thick southern accent. The young man in the suit heaved involuntarily at the smell of her breath, and then strode away, trying to maintain his demeanor. "That's okay," I said, reaching out to help her. "Do you want to talk about it in my office?" Seeing me reach out to her, she clenched her black trash bag tightly and hugged it to her chest. The contents of it made a sickening squish sound. I could taste my own lunch in the back of my throat. "Is that yours?" I asked. "I'm not going to take it." She started sobbing. This horrible, almost hob-like squeal of a sob. Honestly, I didn't want to touch her. I wanted to go back into my office, lock the door, and pretend I was glad my afternoon was completely empty. The smell wafting off her and off that bag of spoils was going to be permeating every crevice of my office for days. I just knew it. Still, this was a human being that had come seeking my help, and I was not about to turn her away. "My office is right down the hall. Why don't you come with me?" I started walking. In my head, I said, "If she doesn't come with me, fine then. She can go back to her apartment that's probably filled with roaches and feces and who knows what other ungodly things, and I'll find someone else to help." But she followed me, lumbering on legs that stretched the limits of the sweatpants she had on. I held the door open for her and she waddled in, kneading the contents of that trash bag in her thick sausage fingers, making it belch and splurch. She stopped and just stood there in the middle of my office. "The elevator got stuck," she mumbled. "Yes, I'm sorry about that. I hope you were all right. Thank goodness you brought something to eat, yes?" She started crying again, squeezing her trash bag, and I was afraid it was going to explode and leave God knows what all over my office floor. She nodded as her face turned red and tears poured out of seemingly every pore of her head. I went and got her a box of tissues and handed her a couple. She tried to take them while still holding onto the bag with both hands. "Would you like me to hold that?" I offered, praying she'd say no. She shook her head. "What do you have in there?" I finally decided to ask. She huffed and snorted, trying to inhale all the fluid back into her face. Using one of the tissues, she mopped her eyes and mouth, getting blotchy red smears all over the place. "Leela left. Leftovers," she stuttered. Then her chest started heaving, and she threw her head back and started bawling again. Her face was like a fountain. She was so utterly miserable, and I really started to feel bad for her. "Look," I said, "getting stuck in that elevator was obviously pretty traumatic." Her wailing hit a crescendo. "So why don't we postpone things until you've calmed down a bit?" She struggled through her sobbing. You want to meet with me?" "Well, yes, but not today. Why don't you go home and try to relax? I don't think you're in the right frame of mind right now to talk, but I want to help you. So let's schedule an appointment for later this week. How does that sound?" I walked back to my desk and got out one of my cards. Her mouth was quivering and she looked ready to collapse into a pile of screaming phlegm, but she was calming down a bit, just nodding more than anything, and she took my card with the same sticky fingers holding several drippy tissues. Thank you," she said quietly. I couldn't read her face at all. Her features were so red and swollen and wet that she seemed almost blank and expressionless. "Do you want me to escort you down to the lobby?" I asked. "In case something happens with the elevator again? It should be all right, but I don't want you to be nervous." She shook her head. "That don't seem like a good idea." "Okay." And with that, she turned around and waddled out of my office, slowly, sobbing slightly every now and then. With her went that sloshy black trash bag, and with them both went that putrid aroma of filth and squalor. I literally breathed a sigh of relief as I heard the door click shut. She never called me back. It was a week later that I finally got around to having drinks with my colleague from downstairs. We were relaxing, having a couple beers, and I suddenly remembered her. "Oh, thanks, by the way," I said. "For what?" "For Amelia." "Who?" "Amelia. Eating disorder? Last week you sent her up to me, remember?" "Oh, right." He sipped his beer. "The one who got stuck in the elevator. How did that go?" "She was a wreck," I said. "Sobbing and practically hysterical. I talked her into rescheduling, but she hasn't called me to make an appointment." "Did you talk to her mother?" "No, I didn't get any information from her. I gave her my card." "What did you think?" he asked. "Classic food dependency," I said. "Definitely a binge eater. Her face was just all..." "No, not the mother. I mean, Amelia." "What?" "What did you think of Amelia?" he said again. "I'm telling you what I thought." "Amelia, the scrawny 12-year-old girl, you think is a binge eater?" "What? No, that's not..." And then it hit me. Was her mother with her? "Yeah, I sent them both up to you." "They were in the elevator together?" He looked at me, and the same dawning realization came over his own face. Needless to say, she never rescheduled, Amelia D. something. Nor did her mother, the nameless, obese woman I met that day at the elevator, smelling like death, covered in gore, and carrying her trash bag of sloshing leftovers. The following statement was found on a USB drive. This document was recovered from a USB drive left in the Millbrook Police Department evidence room, dated October 12, 2024. All attempts to contact the author have been unsuccessful. The original formatting and spelling have been preserved. I need to write this down while it's still fresh, while I can still convince myself it really happened. Maybe someone will read this and make sense of it. Maybe they'll tell me I'm not crazy. I just know I can't sleep. Can't close my eyes without seeing those images burned into my retinas like overexposed film. It started 3 weeks ago when I was cleaning out my grandmother's basement after she moved into assisted living. Mom had been putting it off for months. You know how it is with these things. Nobody wants to sort through decades of someone else's life, deciding what's treasure and what's trash. But Grandma's house was finally under contract, and we were running out of time. The basement had always been my least favorite part of her house, even as a kid. Something about the way the concrete walls seemed to sweat in the summer, how the single bare bulb cast more shadows than light. But that Sunday morning, it was just another task to check off my list. I brought coffee, podcasts, and those heavy-duty contractor bags they sell at Home Depot, ready to be efficient, adult, unsentimental. The first few hours were exactly what you'd expect. Boxes of old Christmas decorations, moth-eaten Afghans, a treadmill that had probably been obsolete before I was born. I sorted everything into piles: donate, trash, keep. The podcast kept me company. Something about true crime in the Pacific Northwest. The coffee went cold before I remembered to drink it. It wasn't until I reached the back corner, behind a stack of molding Life magazines, that things started feeling wrong. The air got thick, like right before a thunderstorm, making it hard to breathe. My podcast cut out, replaced by this staticky buzz that made my teeth ache. I blamed it on poor reception, but when I checked my phone, it showed full bars. That's when I found the Polaroid camera. It was sitting on a shelf I swear wasn't there earlier, one of those collapsible metal ones we used to keep paint cans on. The camera looked pristine, not dusty or corroded like everything else down there. Just sitting there, like someone had placed it moments before. "That's weird," I said out loud, my voice sounding flat in the dense air. "Hey, Mom, did Grandma ever mention having a Polaroid?" No answer. Right. Mom was at church. I was alone. I picked up the camera, turning it over in my hands. It was one of those classic one-step models from the 70s, rainbow stripe down the front, viewfinder slightly yellowed with age. The film compartment was empty, but there was a stack of photos face down beside it. My hands were shaking as I picked up the first photo. I told myself it was just the caffeine, just the stuffy basement air, just my imagination running wild after 2 hours of true crime stories. But I knew that wasn't it. Something felt fundamentally wrong, like when you're home alone and suddenly certain you're being watched. The first photo showed my grandmother's basement. This basement, taken from the bottom of the stairs, looking toward the corner where I now stood. Everything was exactly the same. The metal shelves, the magazines, the boxes. Except in the photo, there was a figure standing where I was standing. The image was overexposed, the figure bleached out and distorted, but I could make out an arm raised as if taking a picture. "This isn't funny," I said to the empty basement. My voice cracked. "Mom, seriously, if this is some kind of joke..." I flipped to the next photo. Same basement, same angle. The figure was closer to the camera now, still overexposed, but more distinct. It looked like it was wearing clothes similar to mine, jeans, a gray hoodie, but its face. The face was just static, like an old TV tuned to a dead channel. My hands were really shaking now. The static in my ears had gotten louder, a persistent white noise that made it hard to think. I dropped the photos, watched them scatter across the concrete floor. They landed face up, a chronological progression of that thing moving closer to the camera, closer to the stairs, closer to where I now stood. I should have run. Everything in my body was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't stop staring at the final photo in the sequence. The figure stood at the bottom of the stairs, arms still raised, but now I could see what it was holding. A Polaroid camera. The exact same model that sat heavy in my hands. The static roared in my ears. The basement lights flickered once, twice. In that strobe-like effect, I saw movement in the corner of my eye. Something shifting in the shadows behind the metal shelves. I raised the camera without thinking. Maybe I needed proof. Maybe I needed to complete the sequence. Maybe I wasn't in control of my actions at all. The flash went off. The photo slid out, gray and undeveloped. As I watched, an image began to form. The basement, the stairs, a figure in a gray hoodie, face obscured by static, arm raised, holding a camera. I ran. I don't really remember running, but I must have because suddenly I was in my car, engine running, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. The USB drive I'm writing this on was in my pocket. I always carry it, force of habit from grad school. The photos, I left them there. I left everything there. Mom called an hour later, worried because I hadn't finished the basement. I told her I wasn't feeling well. Not exactly a lie. She said we could finish another day, but I knew I was never going back down there. Let the new owners deal with it. Let them find the camera, the photos, the truth about what lives in that corner behind the metal shelves. It's been 3 weeks. I haven't slept more than a few hours at a time. Every electronic device in my apartment gives off this faint buzzing sound now. Or maybe it always did, and I'm just more attuned to it. Sometimes I catch glimpses of static in reflective surfaces. Windows, mirrors, the black screen of my phone. Sometimes I think I see a figure holding a camera. The house closing is tomorrow. Mom texted earlier to say the basement was empty when the final walkthrough team got there. Empty. No boxes, no magazines, no metal shelves, no camera, no photos. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that yesterday I found a Polaroid camera sitting on my kitchen counter. Pristine, rainbow stripe down the front, film compartment empty. Beside it, a single photo lying face down. I haven't looked at it. I won't look at it. But I know what it shows. My apartment taken from the doorway, looking toward where I sit, typing this. A figure in the corner, face obscured by static, arm raised as if taking a picture. The buzzing in my ears is getting louder. I have to go now. The dashboard recording. The first thing you should know is that I don't believe in ghosts. Never have. 15 years working IT forensics for the Portland PD taught me that there's always a rational explanation. Always. Until the Martinez case. It started with a corrupted file from Officer James Martinez's dashboard camera. Just another night shift recording that needed cleaning up. Standard procedure. Martinez was a rookie, fresh out of the academy, working the graveyard patrol shift in the industrial district. The recording showed 3 hours of static, which wasn't unusual for the older equipment we were still using. What was unusual was Martinez himself. He came to my office on a Tuesday morning, hands trembling as he handed me the USB drive. Something's wrong with the audio, he said. His face was pale, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't slept in days. I need you to listen to it. Please. I've known plenty of cops in my time. The good ones, the bad ones, the ones who've seen too much. Martinez was different. There was raw fear in his eyes, the kind I'd only seen in victims of violent crimes, not the kind of look you'd expect from equipment malfunction. Take a seat, I told him, gesturing to the spare chair in my cramped office. The walls were lined with servers, their fans providing a constant white noise that usually helped me focus. That day, it felt oppressive. Martinez sat rigid, his uniform crisp, but his posture betraying exhaustion. I was alone that night, he said quietly, the whole shift, but when I reviewed the footage, he trailed off, running a hand through his short black hair. I plugged in the drive and pulled up our audio cleaning software. Walk me through what happened. It was a quiet night, nothing but empty streets and warehouse lots. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't even call in except for standard check-ins. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. But there's a conversation on that tape, a conversation that never happened. I started the initial scan, watching the waveforms dance across my screen. Could be radio interference. We get that sometimes with the older units. Martinez shook his head. Just listen. The first pass through the noise reduction revealed nothing but static and the usual ambient sounds of a patrol car, engine hum, occasional turn signals, the soft squeak of the seat as Martinez shifted his weight. Standard stuff. But there was something else, buried deeper in the noise floor. A pattern that shouldn't have been there. I ran it through a second filter, then a third, isolating frequencies that might contain voice data. That's when I heard it. A conversation, clear as day, floating up through the static like a body rising from the depths. Beautiful night, said a voice I didn't recognize. Female, middle-aged maybe, with an accent I couldn't quite place. Jesus. Martinez's voice, startled. Where did you come from? I've been here all along, Officer Martinez, just waiting for the right moment. The timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. The GPS log confirmed Martinez had been parked at the corner of Industrial Way and River Street, monitoring a warehouse lot known for drug activity. Ma'am, I'm going to need you to identify yourself. Martinez's voice was professional but tense. Names aren't important. What's important is what happens next. 3 months from now, to be precise. I glanced at Martinez. He was staring at the floor, hands clenched into fists. I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the vehicle. No need for that, James. May I call you James? We have so much to discuss and so little time. Tell me, do you know the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd? How do you know my name? I know many things. I know that 3 months from today at 9:17 p.m. you'll be responding to a domestic disturbance call. It will be raining, the first real storm of autumn. You'll be driving north on Palmer, lights and sirens. The family minivan will run the red light at 43rd. You'll swerve to avoid it. The recording continued, describing in precise detail how Martinez's patrol car would hydroplane, spin 1.5 times, and impact a concrete barrier at 47 miles per hour. The stranger's voice remained calm, almost gentle, as she explained how the impact would crush the driver's side door, how the airbag would deploy a fraction of a second too late, how Martinez would remain conscious for exactly 4 minutes and 12 seconds before bleeding out from internal injuries. Stop. Martinez's recorded voice cracked. Just stop. You'll think about your mother in those final moments. about the phone call she'll receive at 10:06 p.m., about how she'll collapse in her kitchen, dropping the glass of water she just poured. It will shatter on the tile floor she just installed last spring. One shard will leave a scratch that she'll notice every morning, a daily reminder of the moment she lost her only son. Get out of my car. Now. That's not how this works, James. I'm not really here, you see. Not in any way you can touch or remove. I'm just a messenger, a courtesy call, you might say. The recording continued for another 23 minutes. The voice described the funeral arrangements, the weather that day, the exact number of people who would attend. She named cousins Martinez hadn't seen in years, detailed the color of his mother's dress, even quoted verbatim from the eulogy his captain would deliver. When the voice finally fell silent, the only sound was Martinez's ragged breathing and the soft patter of rain on the patrol car's roof. "Why?" he finally asked. "Why tell me this?" "Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part." The recording ended there, dissolving back into static. I sat back in my chair, the implications hitting me like a physical weight. "When was this recorded?" "3 weeks ago," Martinez whispered. "I've requested transfer to desk duty, changed my shifts, even called in sick a few times, but I can't stop thinking about it. I ran every analysis I could think of: voice pattern recognition, frequency analysis, digital artifact detection. The recording was clean, no signs of tampering or manipulation. The conversation was as real as any I'd ever examined. "Have you told anyone else about this?" Martinez shook his head. "Who would believe me? A rookie cop having a conversation with a ghost about his own death? I'd be pulled off duty for psych evaluation." He had a point. I'd worked hundreds of cases, cleaned up thousands of hours of recordings. This was different. This was impossible. "Look," I said, choosing my words carefully, "maybe we should talk to someone. There are experts in unusual phenomena, people who study this kind of thing." "You mean paranormal researchers?" He laughed bitterly. "I didn't believe in any of that before this. Still don't want to. But what other explanation is there?" I didn't have an answer for him. Instead, I made him a copy of the cleaned up audio and promised to keep digging. Maybe there was something we'd missed, some rational explanation that would make sense of it all. For the next 2 months, I became obsessed with the case. I researched similar incidents, consulted with audio experts, even reached out to a professor of parapsychology under the guise of a theoretical question. Nothing helped make sense of what we'd heard. Martinez stopped by my office regularly, looking more haggard each time. He'd moved in with his mother, changed his routine, done everything he could think of to avoid the fate described in the recording. But the weight of knowledge was crushing him. "I see that intersection every time I close my eyes," he told me during one visit. "I dream about the crash, about my mother finding that scratch on her floor. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy." "Maybe you should leave town," I suggested. "Take an extended vacation, get away from all this." He shook his head. "Running won't help. Whatever this is, it found me once. Who's to say it won't find me somewhere else?" The days crept by. I threw myself into work, taking on extra cases to distract from the growing sense of dread. Martinez's visits became less frequent as he withdrew into himself. The few times I saw him in the hallway, he looked like a man walking to his execution. Then came the storm, the first real autumn storm, just as the voice had predicted. I was working late, cleaning up audio from a robbery investigation, when the rain started, a heavy, persistent downpour that drummed against my office window. My phone rang at 9:22 p.m. It was dispatch. Officer James Martinez had been involved in a single-vehicle accident at the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd Street while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Emergency services were on scene. No other vehicles were involved. I sat in my dark office listening to the rain for a long time after that call. Eventually, I pulled up the original recording and played it again, though I knew every word by heart. Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part. The official investigation ruled it an accident caused by poor visibility and wet road conditions. The family minivan mentioned in the recording was found to be a coincidence. It had run the red light moments before Martinez's arrival, leaving only tire tracks in the rain-slicked intersection as evidence of its presence. Everything happened exactly as described. The time of death, the mother's dropped glass, the scratch on her kitchen floor. Even the funeral matched the recording detail for detail, down to the color of the flowers and the exact words of the captain's eulogy. I attended that funeral, standing at the back of the crowded church, watching Martinez's mother trace her fingers over the silver crucifix she wore, just as the voice had said she would. The rain fell softly outside, a gentle whisper against the stained glass windows, and I couldn't help but wonder about the nature of fate and free will. The USB drive with the original recording disappeared from evidence storage a week later. The backup copy I'd made became corrupted, filling my computer screen with static when I tried to play it. Soon, all that remained were my notes and the memory of that impossible conversation. I still work IT forensics for the department, still clean up dashboard camera recordings and security footage. But something changed after the Martinez case. Now, whenever I pull up a new file, I find myself listening not just for evidence of crimes, but for other voices hiding in the static. Voices that speak of things that haven't happened yet, but will. Because here's the thing about knowledge. Once you have it, you can't unknow it. And sometimes, late at night when the rain is falling and the servers hum their endless white noise symphony, I swear I can hear a voice, gentle, feminine, with an accent I still can't quite place, waiting to tell me what happens next. But I never clean up those recordings. Some knowledge is better left buried in the static. Screens. At the end of the summer between kindergarten and first grade, I caught the stomach flu. This has all of the components of the regular flu. However, with the stomach flu, you throw up in a bucket and not the toilet because you are sitting on it. The sickness gets purged from both ends. This lasted for about 10 days, but just before it had passed, the sickness was granted an extension in the form of pink eye. My eyelids were so fused together by the dried mucus generated during the night that the first day I awoke with the infection, I thought I had gone blind. When I started first grade, I had a kink in my neck from 10 days of bed rest and 2 swollen, bloodshot eyes. Josh was in another group and didn't have my lunch, so in a cafeteria bursting with 200 kids, I still had a table to myself. I started keeping spare food in my backpack that I would take into the bathroom to eat after lunch, since my school meals were usually confiscated by older kids who knew I wouldn't stand up to them, since no one would stand with me. This dynamic persisted even after my condition cleared up, since no one wants to be friends with the kid who gets bullied, lest they have some of that aggression directed toward themselves. The only reason this stopped was due to the actions of a kid named Alex. Alex, was in the 3rd grade and was bigger than most of the other kids in any grade. Around the 3rd week of school, he started sitting with me at lunch, and this put an immediate end to the shortage of my food supply. He was nice enough, but he seemed kind of slow. We never really talked at length except for when I finally decided to ask why he had been sitting with me. He had a crush on Josh's sister, Veronica. Veronica was in 4th grade and was probably the prettiest girl in the school. Even as a 6-year-old who fully endorsed the notion that girls were disgusting, I still knew how pretty Veronica was. When she was in 3rd grade, Josh told me, 2 boys had actually gotten into a physical fight, which erupted out of an argument concerning the significance of the messages she had written in their yearbooks. One of the boys eventually hit the other in the forehead with the corner of the yearbook, and the wound required stitches to close. While not one of those 2 boys, Alex wanted her to like him and confessed that he knew Josh and I were best friends. I gathered that he had hoped that I would convey his ostensibly philanthropic deed to Veronica, and that she would presumably be so moved by his selflessness that she'd take an interest in him. If I told her he would continue to sit with me for as long as I needed him to. Because this was during the time when Josh mostly stayed at my house building the raft and navigating tributary with me, I didn't have the chance to bring it up to Veronica because I simply didn't see her. I told Josh about it and he made fun of Alex, but said that he would tell his sister since I wanted him to. I doubted that he would. Josh was annoyed that people seemed to be so taken with his sister. I remember him calling her an ugly crow. I never said anything to Josh, but I remember wanting to say, even then, that she was pretty and would one day be beautiful. I was right. When I was 15, I was seeing a movie at a place my friends and I had come to call the Dirt Theater. It was probably nice at some point, but time and neglect had weathered the place severely. This theater had movable tables and chairs on a level floor, so when the theater was full, there were very few places you could sit and see the whole screen. The theater was still open, I imagine, for 3 reasons. 1, it was cheap to see a movie there. 2, they showed a different cult movie twice a month at midnight. And 3, they sold beer to underage kids during the midnight showings. I went for the first 2, and that night they were showing Scanners by David Cronenberg for $1. My friends and I were sitting in the very back. I wanted to sit closer to the front for a better view, but Ryan had driven us, so I relented. A couple minutes before the movie started, a group of girls walked in. They were all pretty attractive, but whatever beauty they might have had was eclipsed by the girl with the dirty blonde hair, even though I had only caught a glimpse of her profile. As she turned to move her seat, I caught a full view of her face, which gave me the feeling of butterflies in my stomach. It was Veronica. I hadn't seen her in a long time. Josh and I saw progressively less of one another after we snuck out to my old house that night when we were 10, and usually when I'd visit him, she'd be out with friends. While everyone stared at the screen, I stared at Veronica, only looking away when the feeling that I was being a creep overcame me. But that feeling would quickly subside and my eyes would return to her. She really was beautiful, just like I had thought she'd be when I was a kid. When the credits started to roll, my friends got up and left. There was only one exit, and they didn't want to be trapped waiting for the crowd to clear. I lingered in hopes of catching Veronica's attention. As she and her friends walked by, I took a chance. "Hey, Veronica." She turned toward me, looking a little startled. "Yeah?" I got out of my seat and stepped a little into the light coming in through the open door. "It's me, Josh's old friend from way back. How have you been?" "Oh my God, hey, it's been so long." She motioned to her friends that she'd be out in a second. "Yeah, a few years at least. Not since the last time I stayed over with Josh. How is he anyway? Oh, that's right. I remember all you guys' games. Do you still play Ninja Turtles with your friends? She laughed a little and I blushed. I'm not a kid anymore. Me and my friends play X-Men now. I was really hoping she'd laugh. She did. Haha, you're cute. Do you come to these movies every time? I was still reeling from what she said. Does she really think I'm cute? Did she just mean I was funny? Does she think I'm attractive? I suddenly realized that she had asked me a question, and my mind grasped for what it was. Yeah, I said much too loudly. Yeah, I try to anyway. What about you? I come every now and then. My boyfriend didn't like these movies, but we just broke up, so I plan on coming from now on. I was trying to be casual, but failed. Oh, well, that's cool. Not that you guys broke up. I just meant that you'd be able to come more often. She laughed again. I tried to recover. So are you coming the week after next? They're supposed to show Day of the Dead. It's really cool. Yeah, I'll be here. She smiled, and I was about to suggest that maybe we could sit together when she quickly closed the space between us and hugged me. It was really good to see you, she said with her arms around me. I was trying to think of what to say when I realized the biggest problem was that I had forgotten how to talk. Luckily, Ryan, who I could hear approaching from the hallway, came in and spoke for me. Dude, you know the movie's over, right? Let's get the fuck out of... Oh, yeah! Veronica let go and said that she'd see me next time. She was played out of the room by the porn music Ryan was making with his mouth. I was furious, but it dissipated as soon as I heard Veronica laughing in the lobby. Day of the Dead couldn't come soon enough. Ryan's family was going out of town, so he wouldn't be able to drive us, and the other friends I was with that night didn't have cars. A couple of days before the movie, I asked my mom if she could take me. She responded almost immediately by denying my request, but I persisted, and she picked up on the desperation in my voice. She asked why I wanted to go so badly, since I had seen the movie before, and I hesitated before saying that I was hoping to see a girl there. She smiled and asked playfully if she knew the girl, and I reluctantly told her it was Veronica. The smile disappeared from her face, and she coldly said no. I decided that I would call Veronica to see if she could pick me up. I had no idea if she still lived at home, but it was worth a try. But then I realized that Josh might answer. I hadn't talked to him in almost 3 years, and if he answered, I obviously couldn't ask to talk to his sister. I felt guilty for calling to speak with Veronica and not Josh, but I dismissed that feeling quickly. Josh hadn't called me in years either. I picked up the phone and dialed the number that was still embedded in my muscle memory from having dialed it so often all those years ago. It rang several times before someone picked up. It wasn't Josh. I felt a mixture of both relief and disappointment. I realized in that second that I really missed Josh. I would call after this weekend and talk to him. But this was my only chance to see if Veronica could or would take me, so I asked for her. The person told me I had dialed the wrong number. I repeated the number back to her, and she confirmed. She said they must have changed their number, and I agreed. I apologized for the disturbance and hung up. I was suddenly intensely sad because now I couldn't contact Josh even if I wanted to. I felt terrible for having been afraid that he might answer the phone. He had been my very best friend. I realized that the only way I could be put back in touch with him would be through Veronica. So now, not that I needed one, I had another reason to see her. I told my mom the day before the movie that I was no longer concerned with going, but was hoping she could drop me off at my friend Chris's house. She relented and dropped me off that Saturday a couple of hours before the movie. My plan was to walk from his house to the theater since he only lived about a half-mile away. They went to church early on Sundays, so his parents would go to sleep early Saturday night, and Chris was fine with not coming with me since he had planned on chatting with this girl he met online. He said that the walk back to his house would be even lonelier after she laughed in my face when I tried to kiss her, and I told him not to electrocute himself when he tried to have sex with his computer. I left his house at 11:15. I tried to pace myself so I'd get there just a little before the movie. I was going by myself, and so I didn't want to just hang around there waiting. On the way to the theater, I figured that if Veronica showed up at all, it would be too lucky for us to arrive at the same time, so I debated whether I should wait outside or just go in. Both had their pros and cons. As I was grappling with these concerns, I noticed that the steady stream of streaking car lights that had been overtaking me had been replaced by a single, constant spotlight that refused to pass. The road wasn't illuminated by streetlights, so I was walking in the grass with the road about 2 feet to my left. I stepped a little more to my right and craned my neck over my left shoulder to see what was behind me. A car had stopped about 10 feet behind me. All I could see were the violently bright headlights that were cutting through the otherwise Stygian surroundings. I thought that it might be one of Chris's parents. Maybe they had come to check in on us and seen that I was gone. It wouldn't have taken much pressing for Chris to confess. I took one step toward the car, and it broke its pause and started driving toward me at a slow pace. It passed me, and I saw that it wasn't Chris's parents' car, or any car that I recognized for that matter. I tried to see the driver, but it was too dark, and my pupils had shrunk when faced with the blinding lights from the car just moments before. They adjusted enough so that I could see a tremendous crack in the back window of the car as it drove away. I didn't think much of the whole affair. Some people find it fun to scare other people. I'd often hide around corners and jump out at my mom after all. I timed it right and got there about 10 minutes before the movie. I had decided to wait outside until around 11:57, since that would give me time to find her inside if she was already seated. As I was considering the possibility that she might not show, I saw her. She was alone, and she was beautiful. I waved to her and walked to close the distance. She smiled and asked if my friends were already inside. I said that they weren't, and realized that this must seem like I was trying to make this a date. She didn't seem bothered by that, nor was she bothered when I handed her the ticket I had already bought. She looked at me quizzically, and I said, "Don't worry, I'm rich." She laughed and we went inside. I bought us 1 popcorn and 2 drinks and spent most of the movie debating whether or not I should time reaching my hand into the popcorn bag when she reached in so they would touch. She seemed to enjoy the movie, and before I knew it, it was over. We didn't linger in the theater, and because this was a midnight show, we couldn't loiter in the lobby, so we walked outside. The parking lot of the theater was big because it connected with a mall that had gone out of business. Not wanting the night to be over just yet, I continued the conversation while causally walking toward the old mall. As we were about to round the corner and leave the theater out of sight, I looked back and saw that her car wasn't the only one left in the parking lot. The other one had a large crack in the back window. My immediate uneasiness turned to understanding. That makes a lot of sense. The driver of that car works here and must have figured I was on my way to the movie. Injecting real horror into the life of a horror fan seemed like an obvious move. We walked around the mall and talked about the movie. I told her that I thought Day of the Dead was better than Dawn of the Dead, but she refused to agree. I told her of when I called her old number and about my dilemma about who would answer the phone. She didn't find it as funny as I now did, but she took my phone and put her number in it. She commented that it might be the worst cell phone she'd ever seen. Her evaluation wasn't rescinded when I told her I couldn't even receive pictures on it. I called her so she'd have my number, and she programmed it in. She told me that she was graduating, but she hadn't done well in school so far that year, so she wasn't sure if she'd even get into college. I told her to attach a picture of herself to the application, and they'd pay her to go there just so they could look at her. She didn't laugh at that one, and I thought she might be offended. She might have thought I was implying that she couldn't get in based on her intelligence. I nervously glanced at her, and she was just smiling, and even in this poor light I could see that she was blushing. I wanted to hold her hand, but I didn't. As we walked down the final side of the mall back toward the theater, I asked her about Josh. She told me she didn't want to talk about it. I asked her if he was at least doing all right, and she just said, "I don't know." I figured Josh must have taken a wrong turn somewhere and started getting into trouble. I felt bad. I felt guilty. As we approached the parking lot, I noticed that the car with the cracked back window was gone, and that her car was now the only one in the parking lot. She asked me if I needed a ride, and even though I really didn't, I said that I'd appreciate it. I had drunk my whole soda during the movie, and all the walking was putting pressure on my bladder. I knew that I could wait until I was back at Chris', but I had decided that I was going to try to kiss her when she dropped me off, and I didn't want this biological nagging to rush me out of the car. This would be my first kiss. I could think of no ruse to conceal what I needed to do. The theater had long closed, so I only had one option. I told her that I was going to go behind the theater to piss, but that I'd be back in 2 shakes. It was obvious that I thought it was hilarious, and she seemed to laugh more at how funny I found it than at how funny it clearly was. On the way toward the theater, I stopped and turned toward her. I asked her if Josh had ever told her that kid named Alex had done something nice for me. She paused to think for a moment and said that he had. She inquired as to why I had asked, but I said it was nothing. Josh really was a good friend. When I went to go behind the theater, I realized that there was a chain-link fence extending off and running parallel to the walls of the building. Where I stood, she could still see me, and the fence seemed to stretch on endlessly. So I thought I'd just hop it, duck out of sight, and return as quickly as I could. It may have been too much of an effort, but I thought it polite. I climbed the fence and walked just a little ways until I was out of sight and urinated. For a moment, the only sounds were the crickets in the grass behind me and the collision of liquid and cement. These sounds were overpowered by a noise that I can still hear when it is quiet, and there are no other noises to distract my ears. In the distance, I heard a faint screeching which quickly subsided, only to be replaced with a cascade of thundering vibrations. I realized quickly enough what it was. It was a car. The growling of the engine got louder, and then I thought, number not louder, closer. As soon as I realized this, I started back toward the fence, but before I could get very far at all, I hear a brief, truncated scream, and the roar of the engine terminated in a deafening thud. I started running, but after only 2 or 3 steps, I was tripped by a loose piece of stone and fell hard and fast onto the concrete, my head striking the corner of a chair as I fell. I was dazed for maybe 30 seconds, but the renewed rumbling of the engine drew my senses back, and my equilibrium was restored by adrenaline. I redoubled my efforts. I was worried that whoever had crashed the car might harass Veronica. As I was climbing over the fence, I saw that there was still only one car in the parking lot. I didn't see any evidence of a crash. I thought that I might have misjudged its direction or proximity. As I ran toward Veronica's car, and as my orientation changed, I saw what the car had hit. My legs stopped working almost completely. It was Veronica. Her car was sitting between us, and as I closed the distance and walked around it, she came fully into view. Her body was twisted and crumpled like a discarded figure meant to represent a catalog of things the human body cannot do. I could see the bone of her right shin cutting through her jeans, and her left arm was wrapped so hard around the back of her neck that her hand fell on her right breast. Her head was craned back, and her mouth hung widely open toward the sky. There was so much blood. As I looked at her, I actually found it hard to discern whether she was laying on her back or her stomach, and this optical illusion made me feel sick. When you are confronted with something in the world that simply doesn't belong, your mind tries to convince itself that it is dreaming, and to that end, it provides you with that distinct sense of all things moving slowly, as if through sap. In that moment, I honestly felt that I would wake up any minute. But I didn't wake up. I fumbled with my phone to call for help, but I had no signal. I could see Veronica's phone sticking out of what I thought was her front right pocket. I had no choice. Trembling, I reached for her phone, and as I slid it out, she moved and gasped for air so violently that it seemed as if she were trying to breathe in the whole world. This startled me so much that I staggered back and fell onto the asphalt with her phone in my hand. She was trying to adjust her body to get it into its natural position, but with every spasm and jerk, I could hear the cracking and grinding of her bones. Without thinking, I scrambled over to her and put my face over hers and just said, "Veronica, don't move. Don't move, okay? Just stay still. Don't move. Veronica, please just don't move." I kept saying it, but the words started to fall apart as tears came streaming down my face. I opened her phone. It still worked. It was still on the screen where she had saved my number, and when I saw that, I felt my heart break a little. I called 911 and waited with her, telling her that she would be okay, and feeling guilty for lying to her every time I said it. When the sound of sirens tore through the air, she seemed to become more alert. She had remained conscious since I found her, but now more of the light was coming back into her eyes. Her brain was still protecting her from pain, though it looked as if it was finally allowing her to become aware that something was terribly wrong with her. Her eyes rolled over to mine and her lips moved. She was struggling, but I heard her. Picture. My picture. He took it. I didn't understand what she meant, so I said the only thing I could. "I'm so sorry, Veronica." I rode with her in the ambulance where she finally lost consciousness. I waited in the room that they had reserved for her. I still had her phone, so I put it with her purse and I called my mom from the hospital phone. It was about 4 a.m. I told her that I was fine, but that Veronica was not. She cursed at me and said she'd be right there, but I told her I wasn't leaving until Veronica was out of surgery. She said she'd come anyway. My mom and I didn't speak that much. I told her I was sorry for lying, and she said that we'd talk about that later. I think that had we talked more in that room, if I had just told her about boxes or the night with the raft, if she had just told me more of what she knew, I think that things would have changed. But we sat there in silence. She told me that she loved me and that I could call her whenever I wanted her to come get me. As my mom was leaving, Veronica's parents rushed in. Her dad and my mom exchanged a few words that appeared to be quite serious, while Veronica's mother talked to the person at the desk. Her mother was a nurse but didn't work at this hospital. I'm sure that she had tried to get Veronica transferred, but her condition was prohibitive. While we waited, the police came in and talked to each of us. I told them what happened. They made some notes, and then they left. She came out of surgery and 90% of her body was covered in a thick white cast. Her right arm was free, but the rest of her was bound like a cocoon. She was still under, but I remembered how I felt when I had my cast before kindergarten. I asked a nurse for a marker, but I couldn't think of anything to write. I slept in a chair in the corner and went home the next day. I came back every afternoon for several days. At some point, they had moved another patient into her room and set up a screen around Veronica's bed to act as a partition. She didn't seem to be feeling better, but she made more moments of lucidity. But even during these periods, we wouldn't really talk. Her jaw had been broken by the car, so the doctors had wired it shut. I sat with her for a while, but there was nothing much I could say. I got up and walked over to her. I kissed her on the forehead and she whispered through her clenched teeth, "Josh." This surprised me a little, but I looked at her and said, "Has he not come to see you?" "No." I found myself really irritated. Even if Josh had been getting into trouble, he should still come see his sister, I thought. I was about to express this when she said, "No, Josh, he ran away. I should have told you." I felt my blood turn to ice. When? When did this happen? When he was 13. Did he leave a note or something? On his pillow. She started crying and I followed her, but I think now we were crying for different reasons, even if I didn't realize it. At this point, there were a lot of things I still didn't remember about my childhood, and there were a lot of connections I hadn't yet made. I told her I had to go, but that she could text me any time. I got a text from her the next day telling me not to come back. I asked why, and she said she didn't want me to see her like that again. I agreed begrudgingly. We texted each other every day, though I kept this from my mom because I knew that she didn't like me talking to Veronica. Usually her texts were fairly short, and mostly only in response to more lengthy texts that I would send her. I tried calling her only once. I was sure she was screening her calls, but hoped I could hear her voice. She picked up but didn't say anything. I could hear how labored her breathing was. About a week after she told me not to come see her anymore, she sent me a text that simply read, "I love you." I was filled with so many different emotions, but I responded by expressing the most prevalent one. I replied, "I love you too." She said that she wanted to be with me, and that she couldn't wait until she could see me again. She told me that she had been released and was convalescing at her house. These exchanges carried on for several weeks, but every time I asked to come see her, she would say, "Soon." I kept insisting, and the following week, she said that she thought she might be able to make it to the next midnight movie. I couldn't believe it, but she insisted that she would try. I got a text from her the afternoon of the movie saying, "See you tonight." I got Ryan to drive me since Chris's parents had found out what had happened and said I wasn't welcome at their house anymore. I explained to Ryan that she might be in bad shape, but that I really cared about her, so to give us some space. He accepted that and we headed down there. Veronica didn't show. I had saved a seat for her right next to me near the exit so she could get in and out easily, but 10 minutes into the movie, a man slid into the chair. I whispered, "Excuse me, this seat is taken." But he didn't respond at all. He just stared ahead at the screen. I remember wanting to move because there was something wrong with the way he was breathing. I forfeited because I realized that she wasn't coming. I texted her the next day asking if she was all right, and I inquired as to why she didn't show the previous night. She responded with what would turn out to be the last message I'd received from her. She simply said, "See you again, soon." She was delirious and I was worried about her. I sent her several replies reminding her about the movie and saying it was no big deal, but she just stopped replying. I grew increasingly upset over the next several days. I couldn't reach her at her home because I didn't know that number, and I wasn't even sure where they lived. My mood became increasingly depressed, and my mother, who had been really nice as of late, asked me if I was okay. I told her that I hadn't heard from Veronica in days, and I felt all the warmth leave her disposition. What do you mean? She was supposed to meet me at the movies yesterday. I know it's only been like 3 weeks since she got hit, but she said she would try to come, and after that she just stopped talking to me altogether. She must hate me. She looked confused, and I could read on her face that she was trying to tell if my mind had simply broken. When she saw that it hadn't, her eyes began to water, and she pulled me toward her, embracing me. She was beginning to sob, but it seemed too intense a reaction to my problem, and I had no reason to think that she particularly cared for Veronica. She drew in a shuddering breath, and then said something that still makes nauseous even now. She said, "Veronica's dead, sweetheart." "Oh God, I thought you knew. She died on the last day you visited her." "Oh baby, she died weeks ago." She had completely broken down, but I knew it wasn't because of Veronica. I broke the embrace and staggered backwards. My mind was swimming. This wasn't possible. I had just exchanged messages with her yesterday. I could only think to ask one question, and it was probably the most trivial I could ask. Then why was her phone still on? She continued sobbing. She didn't answer. I exploded. Why did it take them so long to shut off her goddamned phone? Her crying broke enough to mutter, "The pictures." I would come to find out that her parents thought that her phone had been lost in the accident, despite the fact that I had put it in her purse the night she was brought to the hospital. When they retrieved her belongings, the phone was not among them. They intended to contact the phone company at the end of the billing cycle to deactivate the line, but they received a call informing them of a massive impending charge for hundreds of pictures that had been sent from her phone. Pictures that were all sent to my phone. Pictures that I never got because my phone couldn't receive them. They learned that they were all sent after the night she died. They deactivated the phone immediately. I tried not to think about the contents of those pictures, but I remember wondering for some reason whether I would have been in any of them. My mouth went dry, and I felt the painful sting of despair as I thought of the last message I received from her phone. "See you again. Soon." I stumbled upon a dead language. As part of my doctorate, I was hired as a lab assistant working with pediatric treatment. We were working on a paper measuring the exposure effect of a potential contaminant, while my colleagues were working on the measured effects on adults and the elderly. My team would work with children. The potential disruption to developing adolescents was deemed important enough to have a separate set of experiments and measurements. The study garnered unilateral attention and funding of not only one, but 4 different pharmaceutical companies, Hatchet PH being the main contributor. I was hired pretty late in the process. I wasn't even sure what the contaminant was, as it was just designated as the contaminant. Apparently it was something that resided just under the topsoil in a large residential area. To not taint our measurements, me and my colleagues were given minimum information about the symptoms to look for and what to expect. Instead, we were provided a set of experiments and willing participants. It was all fast and haphazard. Most of us started on a Monday, and Tuesday the following week was the day of our first experiment. Little time to prepare, get settled, or even understand. Still, this could be big enough to launch a career. The experiment, described as the Cognition and Ocular Development Assessment, CODA, was to be performed with full consent and supervision of the parental guardians. All children were between 6 to 10 years old, and none of them had any observed deformities or illnesses. We were given limited access to certain medical records to make sure our study didn't have the potential to cause any harm. Then again, I'd read the experiment checklist, and there was nothing that could damage anyone. If anything, I argued the results would be pretty much useless. As Tuesday came around, me and my 2 colleagues had prepared as best we could. The 3 of us would put 1 participant each through a series of tests. The CODA was 3 tests over a total of 3 hours. The parents were to be asked for consent before and after each step, and given the ability to stop any test at any given time. The experiment overall was surprisingly simple. It was supposed to be a measurement of cognitive and emotional development, mostly tested through facial and spatial recognition. The day of the experiment, I first met Logan, an 8-year-old kid sporting a baseball cap and a brand new Pokemon t-shirt. His mom was a bit anxious, but from what I'd been told, she'd been generously compensated. As I met them in the parking lot and lead them inside, I promised her we'd go through the specifics. "Don't worry," I said. "We're mostly going to look at pictures. Doesn't sound too bad, huh?" He shook his head, but I'd yet to see him smile. Maybe his mom's anxiety rubbed off on him. The testing room was somewhat small and made entirely out of concrete. There was a pair of opposite 2-way mirrors on each side of the room. The walls were painted this sickly mint green, a color so neutral it hurt to look at. The first test was all about emotional intelligence. In sets of 6 pictures each, I was to show Logan various expressions and ask him which mostly correlated to an emotion. If they answered objectively wrong, according to a chart, we were supposed to ask them to explain their choice. Simple enough, I'd done something similar before. But this is where I first realized that Logan wasn't some ordinary kid. As I laid out the first image set, I asked him to identify the happiest face. Clearly it was card number 3, and Logan answered as such without hesitation. In the second image set, he was asked which one was the saddest. Again, it was number 3. He answered correctly, again. In the third picture, the 6 pictures were a wild mix. Some sad, some happy. One guy was sleeping in the corner. "Which one is the angriest?" I asked. There was a correct answer. Number 4. A woman furrowing her brow and exposing her teeth. Yet Logan looked at them all for a long time. "Number 6, he said finally, pointing at the sleeping man. "How come?" I asked, following protocol. "It's complicated. They almost killed his mom." The kid seemed almost distant, staring at the picture. What the hell? He answered the rest of the questions flawlessly, but that answer stuck with me. Such a strange reaction. Not only did he answer wrong to an obvious question, but it was also such an odd explanation. Logan himself seemed to have trouble finding the right word for it. The second test was similar, but there were new cards, in sets of 3. Logan was supposed to explain each emotion presented by the people in the pictures. Happy, sad, angry, scared. It was similar to the first test, but much more detailed. For every image, there would be a description and a short explanation given by the participant. We pressed forward. First 3 cards, no problem. Happy, happy, sad. Easy explanations. Second set of cards, same result. Surprised, sad, sad. But when the third image set came along, I didn't know what to say. 3 people, all completely neutral. Not a single emotion on their face. They looked almost computer-generated. Logan didn't skip a beat, though. She's scared, he said. She doesn't know why she's doing this. And, what about this one? Oh, he's hungry. He just doesn't show it. Hungry? Is that the emotion? Yeah, he's really hungry. Dangerous. And the third one? Logan took a long, hard look. After a few seconds, he looked up at me, almost like he forgot about the picture for a while. Okay, I think he's Obstin. Obstin? Yeah, Obstin. What do you mean? That's what he is. I don't know a better word for it. So why is he, Obstin? He saw something he shouldn't have. We continued with several more image sets, and Logan gave mostly ordinary answers, but every now and then he'd throw in something absurd sounding. Obstin was the first, but there was also ADR, Gald, and Srit. The descriptions were outlandish and frankly nonsensical. Adres. He stared too long into the light. Gald. He didn't go swimming, but his feet are still wet. Srit. He fell between the cracks. By the time I was about to start the third experiment, I had a few moments alone with Logan's mom. Still anxious, she held her arms close to herself and didn't meet my eyes. We'll be done in a bit, I said. He's doing great. He's such an imaginative child, you know. She nodded. He makes up things all the time. You should see his drawings. Does he have any trouble at school? No, not really, no, she smiled. Well, mostly not. Some of the other kids can get a bit creeped out when he starts making things up. I checked the clock. It was time to start the final experiment. All kids have a quirk or two, I smiled back. That's what makes them kids. The final experiment was about recognizing places rather than people. One by one, I was to show Logan pictures of various places. Ordinary places like supermarkets, playgrounds, and factories. They were pretty easy to recognize. First, I'd show him the pictures. Then I'd ask him to describe the scene. Logan didn't seem to mind. The pictures themselves was easy for Logan to recognize. One by one, he explained what he saw. Factories with lots of cars parked outside, empty playgrounds. But as we got to a park, he sort of stopped. His expression shifted. That's a graveyard, he said. I had to stop myself from correcting him. It was obviously not a graveyard. Can you describe it? I asked. I really don't want to. There's a lot of people there. What kind of people? I was going off script, but I was just too curious. Logan leaned in to look closer at the picture. There's a lot of strange colors, he said. The people who used to be there are gone. I couldn't tell what he was seeing. The picture was empty. As we finished up, Logan went to the bathroom. I got some time to talk to his mom on our own, and I brought out the picture of the park. Do you have any idea what he sees here? I asked. No, she said, shaking her head. Could be anything. It's just strange, I said. Usually kids make up stories about dragons, lasers, wizards, that kind of stuff. Not graveyards and parks. Are you calling my son strange? I lost my train of thought. As Logan came back, she grabbed him by the arm as to leave. Before they did, I caught up to them. I had to try something. Logan, I said, just a moment. They stopped, and his mom gave me a tired look. I was thinking about buying this house, I said, bringing up a photo of a place I'd been checking out a few times. What do you think? He just stared at me, as if he didn't understand. He took off his baseball cap and scratched his ear. Looks dirty, he said. A lot of RO, right there in the... Come on, Logan. His mother tugged his arm, and he was almost dragged down the hall. Turning back to me one last time, he yelled back. He looked up, and then he didn't. I didn't lie when I said I was thinking about buying that house. There was an open viewing the next day, and I decided to drop by on my lunch break. There were about 8 other people there, all couples. I kind of disappeared among them. Maybe I wasn't being considered as a serious buyer. The place was a bit too large for me after all. As the realtor ran off to speak to a pregnant couple, I stopped in the foyer. I had this strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. "Row," I whispered to myself. "Right here." Just saying it out loud almost made me feel it. It was something so specific, so unique. It wasn't an emotion as much as it was an experience, a story. I could imagine myself lying on the floor, looking up at the wood-brown ceiling. I could feel my back growing stiff, as if I'd been lying down for too long. I could feel my eyes growing thick, like blinking through mud. Every breath, a conscious effort. Arms unresponsive. A prayer for my heart to keep beating. Then, nothing. Row. To look up, and then to not. I had this strange understanding, like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. Didn't the kid have a word for that too? God, I felt sick. Everyone was gathered around the realtor in the living room. I don't know what gave me the courage to confront him, but I just blurted it out. "Did the previous owner die here?" I asked. "In the foyer?" No, they didn't," he answered. "You have to tell us if they did," one of the couples said. Another couple agreed. "Okay, yeah, I mean, no one has died here. That much is true. No one did. But yes, they were found unresponsive in the foyer." There were loud sighs. A couple immediately left. Another left shortly afterwards. There was a queue to talk to the realtor, and within 10 minutes I was the only one left. Row or not, I got the place too cheap to care. This made me curious as to the words the kid had used to describe the various places and emotions. Over the following days, as I transcribed our findings, I started thinking about them a lot more, staring into the light too long, to get wet feet without swimming. It was all just cryptic nonsense. But what I'd felt that first night in my new house, that was Row. I could feel it. It was the right way to describe it. One night, as I stood in the bathroom, I thought about the word aider. It was what Logan had used to describe staring into the light for too long. It felt fitting, but I didn't know if I'd experienced it. I tried looking up into the bathroom light and just saying it out loud, but I didn't get the same feeling as when I'd said Row in the foyer. This wasn't it. This wasn't ADR. I sort of gave up on it after a while. But as I was watching TV, the thought came creeping back to me. There was a news segment about a patient with severe brain damage, a woman who couldn't breathe on her own, or speak. She was aware in a sense, but completely imprisoned in her body. The segment focused on how her family was caring for her, but I just leaned in closer and looked at her. "Adder," I whispered to myself, "that's it." And it was. No question about it. She was Adder. From staring into the light too long, I could feel it, understand it. Over the next couple of days, I started chasing Gald. The word meant someone whose feet was wet, despite not swimming. It took me a while to get this one, but I finally found it in a newspaper article online. I felt galled from reading about a man who had died from an overdose down at the beach. His body had apparently choked itself, causing him to sweat to death. As he was homeless and living close to the beach, he'd been found by a couple of teenagers building a sandcastle. But that feeling of drowning on dry land, next to the ocean, that was galled. With the right word, I could feel it. I could empathize. In my mind, I could be there with him. But the final word I'd noted, srit. That was a difficult one. Over several days, I looked all over the internet. I searched forums, read obscure articles ranging back to the 90s, but I just couldn't shoot blindly into the web and hope for the best. I had to find out more, get something substantial. That thought made me take a step back. What about the photos? The photos we had shown Logan in the first place. Who were the people in the photos? I checked the inventory list for the experiment. Most of the cards were just mentioned as a number and an emotion, but I noticed that some of the faces were repeated with the same actors. All the cards which Logan had gotten right were repeated at least once, but the weird ones? Those were unique faces. The lighting was different. They didn't show any peculiar emotions. They were just strange people. A bit off. I took a few photos with my phone and tried to do an image search. I couldn't get a single hit. These pictures simply weren't available anywhere online. The ordinary emotions displayed could be found on various stock image sites, but not the strange ones that Logan pointed out. Finally, after a few hours and dozens of pages clicked through, I did find a picture that looked like one of the models, but in a completely different setting. And this was freaking weird. The picture I found online was from a social media profile. The profile, in turn, portrayed the user page of the very same homeless man that had drowned in his own sweat from an overdose. The same one I'd read an article of. But the article was written just a few days prior, and the picture must have been taken at least weeks ago. Listen, I don't know if you can get this. What Logan did was to perfectly describe, using one of his made-up words, was exactly what was about to happen to that man. The man who galled, who overdosed on the beach. I mulled the whole thing over in my head countless times, and finally, I just gave up. I had to talk to Logan again. I did the creepiest thing I've ever done. I tracked the kid down at his school. The following day, as he was about to get on the bus back home, I waved at him from across the parking lot. He was surprised to see me and couldn't place me at first. Then I could see him recognize me, like something lit up in his mind. "Hey," he called out. "Science man." "Hey, Logan," I called back. "How's it been?" "Good," he said. "You're not here for more tests, are you?" He stopped a few feet ahead of me. "Actually, I'm just here to ask you about that language of yours. Those strange words you use. How do you come up with them?" "That's easy," he said. "Once you start talking it, you kinda don't stop. After a while, you just feel them, you know?" "So where did you learn it?" I asked. "Anywhere special?" "I think I always knew." He shrugged. It's weird, like listening. But not to a sound, but like a color. It's just sort of there, inside. So you can always see it? Because sometimes you said people in pictures were just happy or sad, ordinary things. Well, sometimes those things are easier to see. You said I should answer fast, not, accurately. So you can see it now? I chuckled. Anywhere? Here with me? Sure, he smiled. Just stand still for a bit. Logan looked at me for a while. As I met his eyes, I could feel something. There was that feeling again. Obstin. To see something I shouldn't have. Right there, in that kid's eyes, he knew something. Strangely enough, it wasn't him that broke the silence. It was me. Athos, I said. I didn't know why I said it, but it took Logan by surprise. The one who shouts until they listen, he said. That's what it means, right? I think that's me. I don't know, I said. I'm sorry, Logan. I don't know why I said that. Did you see it? He asked, almost excited. Do you see it now? I want to say that I didn't. I want to say I saw nothing, but that'd be a lie. A million little words crept into my mind, and as I stared into that kid's eyes, I saw something I shouldn't have. Now it was all becoming clearer. The more words I knew, the better I understood. The word I'd looked for, srit, was a lot more complex than Logan had made it out to be with human words. It was contextual. The man had died in an earthquake. He fell between the cracks. No, he hadn't. He was going to. It was describing events destined to unfold, but it was also describing something that had happened. Was it both? Neither? I see it, I admitted. Right there I could feel the parking lot falling away in insignificance. With a single, unspoken word, we could tell each other infinite things. These mundane expressions were just the tip of the iceberg, a dumbed-down shadow of what was truly being said. The words told us of things that were, things that could be, and things that currently was. And in that moment of silence, of understanding, I heard the vibrant colors so clearly I could almost see them. They were piercing into my mind, forcing themselves into my understanding, screaming to me that once you understand something, you can't unlearn it. I forgot to breathe, as to not accidentally say something I shouldn't. You weren't talking about the picture I held up in the test. You were looking at me, I said with nothing but a shallow breath. Obstin. I'm Obstin. You didn't even look at the picture. He didn't have to answer. I knew it was true. It was written into the word itself that my realization would come. Then, as possibilities came rushing towards me, I could feel an enormous weight come down on me. My mind couldn't take it. My body was shutting down as I fell to my knees, screaming until my neck felt raw. The world started to fade as my heartbeat swallowed my hearing. I have a hard time describing what happened next. When I closed my eyes, I'd see millions of possibilities. Mostly pain, suffering, and terror. My own thoughts and emotions multiplied like a torch in a hall of mirrors. I'd see myself waking up in my bed, only to get murdered by 1,000 different weapons. I'd see myself drowning in my bathtub, breaking my neck, falling down the stairs. Death. So much death. And then in the blink of an eye, I'd be in the back of an ambulance, feeling the residual effect of a defibrillator on my chest. As I blinked, the ambulance burst into flames. The driver crashed into a tree, someone carving their initials into my chest with a scalpel. None of it was real, but I couldn't tell anymore. Different worlds, with nothing but a well-placed syllable. All the while I was just spitting out seemingly random words. My eyes lost focus, and as I lost grip of reality, my body shut itself down in self-defense. Thank God. This was back in January of 2019. Logan was born with this language already stored in the back of his mind, some kind of residual effect from his contamination. But for people like you and me, we can't take it all at once. So over the years, with intense therapy to back me up, I've settled on trying to learn one single word. I'm going to find out as much as I can about just what it means to be obstin, the word describing me. There was so much to that one word that you could fill a lifetime with it. In a way, maybe that was the point. A God language meant to fit all of our very beings into simple expressions, like compressing a folder into a zip file. But that's just the thing. To learn what it really means to be absten, to be my word, I can't really do anything else but to live and see what happens. Not unless I want to go back to where my mind wandered off to. Still, sometimes I can feel something creeping back into my mind. Little tingles, syllables and sounds, reminding me of all the knowledge I still have stored away somewhere in my inner madness. Little words with galactic proportions. It is so easy to slip back into that mind, just inches away from the edge of what my physical brain can hold. I sometimes wonder what all your words are. I sometimes wonder what they mean. I'll really try not to think about it. The children's footprints. I never wanted to be the night security guard at Oak Brook Elementary. The pay was decent enough. But something about schools after dark always unsettled me. Empty hallways that should be filled with children's laughter. Abandoned classrooms with chairs stacked on desks like tiny tombstones. It all felt wrong somehow. But I needed the work. And Oak Brook was desperate for someone to take the position after the last 3 guards quit within weeks of starting. I should have asked why. The school itself was brand new, all gleaming windows and fresh paint, built on the foundations of the old Oak Brook that had burned down in 1964. The townsfolk didn't talk much about the fire. When I asked around during my first week, people would get this strange, distant look in their eyes and change the subject. I eventually pieced together that it had happened during school hours, but beyond that, the details seemed deliberately buried. My first month on the job was uneventful. I'd make my rounds every couple of hours, checking doors and windows, occasionally shooing away teenagers trying to break in on a dare. The nights were long and quiet, filled only with the subtle creaks and groans of the building settling. Then the first snow fell. I remember that night clearly, December 12th, just past midnight. The weather forecast had predicted a heavy snowfall, and they weren't wrong. I watched from the security office as thick flakes drifted down, coating the playground equipment in pristine white. The fluorescent lights from the building cast long shadows across the untouched snow, creating an almost ethereal scene. At 2 a.m., I did my usual round. Nothing seemed out of place until I reached the east wing. Through the wall-length windows, something caught my eye in the snow. Footprints, small ones, like those of young children, leading away from the building's wall. My first thought was that some kids had snuck onto the property, but that made no sense. The snow had only started falling an hour ago, and I'd been watching the security cameras the whole time. No one had approached the building. I radioed it in and went outside to investigate. The temperature had dropped well below freezing, and my breath came out in thick clouds as I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They led from the wall, not from any door or window, but straight from the solid brick wall, out to the playground. Then they just stopped, mid-stride, as if whoever had made them had simply vanished into thin air. I checked the security footage later that night. Nothing. The cameras showed the snow falling undisturbed, then suddenly, between one frame and the next, the footprints appeared. I convinced myself it was some kind of trick of the light, or maybe wind patterns in the snow. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, always in different places, always leading from the building's walls, always vanishing without explanation. The maintenance staff started refusing to come in early to shovel the walks until after sunrise. They said they could hear things in the pre-dawn darkness, children laughing, the sound of running feet, sometimes crying. But when they'd look, there was never anyone there. I started doing research into the old school's history. The fire in '64 had made the national news, though most of the articles were frustratingly vague. It had started in the basement, they said, spreading so quickly that parts of the building collapsed before the fire department could respond. The death toll was never officially confirmed. That's when the dreams started. They always began the same way. I'd be doing my rounds, checking the halls like usual, when I'd hear singing. A children's song, something old and familiar that I could never quite place. I'd follow the sound down to the basement where the old foundation stones were still visible beneath the new construction. The singing would get louder, and I'd realize it was coming from behind one of the walls. Then the screaming would start. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom smell of smoke in my nostrils. The dreams felt so real that sometimes I'd have to check my uniform for scorch marks. Last week they started the final phase of construction on the new gymnasium. The excavators were digging out the last section of the old basement when they found it, a room that hadn't appeared on any of the original blueprints. It had been sealed off with concrete, hidden behind one of the foundation walls. Inside, they found small shoes, dozens of them, blackened with smoke but still recognizable, and scratches on the inside of the door, desperate, frantic scratches that spoke of unimaginable terror. The official story in 1964 had been that the fire started accidentally, but I've seen the police reports they dug up from the archived evidence. They found accelerant residue around the basement door. The lock had been engaged from the outside. Someone had trapped those children down there, leaving them to suffocate in the smoke while the building burned around them. That's when the footprints changed. They stopped leading out to the playground. Now they all lead to the construction site, to the exposed foundation where that hidden room was found. Every morning, there are more of them, dozens of tiny tracks in the snow, all converging on that one spot. Last night, I heard the singing again. Only this time, I wasn't dreaming. It was coming from the basement. I know I should quit. 3 other guards already have, and I understand why now. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm meant to be here, that there's something I need to understand. The construction crews found something else yesterday, buried deep in that hidden room. A metal box, its contents preserved despite the fire. Inside were papers, class photos, attendance records, and a letter, its pages yellow with age. I shouldn't have read it, but I did. It was written by a teacher, dated the day before the fire. She wrote about her concerns, about the sounds she'd been hearing from the basement during school hours. Children crying, she said, when all her students were accounted for in class. She'd reported it to the principal, but he'd dismissed her fears, said she was imagining things. The principal's name was familiar. I'd seen it before, in my research about the town's history. He'd died just last year, in fact, a respected member of the community right up until the end. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. They found something else in that metal box, a ring of keys, heavy and old-fashioned. One of them fits the ancient lock they discovered on that basement room's door. The principal had lived in town all his life. He'd never left, never moved away, even after the fire. For 60 years, he'd walked these streets, attended church, served on the town council, all while carrying the weight of what he'd done. Why did he do it? That's the question that haunts me. What could drive a man to lock children in a basement and set the building ablaze? The answer has to be in the records somewhere, hidden in the town's history like those small, scorched shoes behind the foundation wall. I've started bringing a recorder to work, Sometimes in the quietest hours of the night I can hear voices in the static, children's voices whispering names. Their names, I think, the ones that were never included in the official death toll. The footprints appeared again last night, but they were different. Larger this time, adult-sized, leading from the parking lot to the basement entrance. They looked fresh, but when I checked the cameras, there was nothing there, just empty frames of falling snow. I followed them to the door, and that's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mixed in with the snow around the footprints were dark spots, like water droplets. But when I knelt down to look closer, I realized they weren't water. They were ash. The principal was buried last year in Oak Hill Cemetery, just across the street from where the school stands now. The groundskeeper there, an old man who's worked the grounds for decades, told me something interesting yesterday. He said that every morning for the past 60 years, he'd find footprints in the snow around the principal's house. Small footprints, like those of children, leading up to his windows, circling his doors, watching, waiting. The old man said that in all those years, the principal never once left his house when it snowed. He'd have his groceries delivered, cancel appointments, anything to avoid stepping out into the white expanse, as if he was afraid of leaving tracks of his own. But now he's dead, and the footprints have returned to the school, to the basement, to that room. I think I understand now why I was drawn to this job, why I couldn't leave, even when the dreams started. Someone needs to tell their story. Someone needs to make sure they're not forgotten again. The construction company wants to seal up that room, pour new concrete over the old foundation, and bury the past for good. But I don't think that's what the children want. I think they've been trying to tell us something all these years, leaving their marks in the snow, singing their songs in the dark. They want to be found. They want to be remembered. Last night, I heard the singing again. It was clearer this time. A nursery rhyme about a ring of roses, about ashes and falling down. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the empty halls. I followed it down to the basement, to that room behind the foundation wall. The door was open, though I know it had been locked. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old smoke, and the temperature had dropped so low I could see my breath. On the floor, perfectly preserved in a patch of dust, was a small handprint. As I watched, another appeared beside it, then another, as if invisible children were playing in the dirt. They formed a trail, leading deeper into the darkness. I should have been terrified. I should have run. But something in that moment felt right, as if I'd finally arrived at the place I was meant to be. The singing grew louder, and I recognized more voices joining in, dozens of them, young and sweet and terribly sad. They seemed to be calling to me, inviting me to follow their trail of handprints into the shadows. I took out my flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. The beam sputtered and died, leaving me in complete darkness. And that's when I felt it, a small, cold hand slipping into mine. I'm writing this now from my car, parked across the street from the school. The sun will rise soon, and with it, the construction crews will return. They'll pour their concrete, lay their foundations, and try to bury the past once again. But I won't let them. Not this time. The children have shown me things in the darkness, memories preserved like insects in amber, moments frozen in time. I've seen what really happened that day in 1964. I've seen why the principal did what he did, what he was trying to hide. It's worse than anyone imagined. The footprints are appearing more frequently now, Not just in snow, but in mud, in dust, even in the fresh concrete the workers pour. They're getting stronger, more numerous, as if the children know their time is running out. But they're not just victims anymore. I've seen their power growing, felt their anger building like a storm. The principal might have escaped their justice in life, but in death, well, that's why I'm watching his grave tonight. The snow is falling again, thick and silent. Through my windshield, I can see fresh footprints appearing in the cemetery, small tracks in the untouched white. They're heading toward his headstone, dozens of them, converging like streams flowing to the sea. And now, God help me, I can see larger footprints too, adult-sized ones, staggering, stumbling, trying to run. But you can't run from the past forever. You can't hide from what you've done. The children are singing again, that same nursery rhyme, echoing through the night. But there's another sound mixed in now. Screaming. Adult screaming, full of terror and recognition. The principal may have died last year, but I don't think he's going to rest in peace. Not anymore. Not after what he did. The footprints tell the truth, you see. They always have. We just weren't looking closely enough. I know what I have to do now. The children have shown me. There are others who knew, others who helped hide the truth. Their names are written in ash and shadow, preserved in the memories of those who cannot rest. Tomorrow I'll start visiting them. I'll knock on their doors and look into their eyes, and I'll know. The children will show me. They're so good at spotting guilt, at sensing the weight of secrets. But tonight, I watch. Tonight, I bear witness as justice arrives on small, silent feet, carrying 60 years of patience and pain. Listen. Can you hear it? The singing is growing louder. The footprints are appearing faster now, like raindrops hitting water. And there, in the darkness between the graves, I can almost see them. Small shapes moving through the snow, circling, closing in. Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posies. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. The screaming has stopped now. The snow falls silently on fresh tracks that lead nowhere, on a disturbed grave that holds more secrets than answers. And tomorrow, when they find what's left, they'll finally have to face the truth. But for now, I sit in my car and watch the footprints appear in the virgin snow, leading away from the cemetery, back toward the school, back to that room behind the wall, where it all began. They've invited me to follow, and God help me, I think I will. Because sometimes the only way to right an old wrong is to let the victims guide you through the darkness. Sometimes justice wears small shoes and sings nursery rhymes in the night. And sometimes, just sometimes, the footprints in the snow lead exactly where they're supposed to. The library books. The shelving cart's wheels squeaked with each rotation, echoing through the empty stacks of Wallace University Library. At 11:45 p.m., I was the only soul left in the building, save for the security guard who occasionally made his rounds. My student job as a late-night library assistant wasn't glamorous, but the solitude suited me. Plus, the quiet hours gave me time to work on my thesis between reshelving books and maintaining the catalog system. Tonight was different, though. The air felt heavier somehow, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. Maybe it was the approaching storm. I could hear thunder rumbling in the distance, growing closer with each passing minute. Or maybe it was because I'd ventured into the library's oldest section, a maze of towering shelves in the basement level that hardly anyone visited anymore. The basement housed the university's special collections and archives dating back to the institution's founding in 1873. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, creating strange shadows that danced across the spines of leather-bound volumes. My cart's squeaking wheels seemed louder down here, bouncing off the concrete walls in an unsettling rhythm. I checked my tablet, reviewing the list of books that needed reshelving. According to the system, there were 3 volumes that belonged in section H7, deep in the archives. As I pushed my cart down the narrow aisle, the metal shelves loomed over me like silent sentinels. The air grew noticeably colder, and I pulled my cardigan tighter around my shoulders. That's when I noticed something odd. The books in this section didn't follow the library's standard cataloging system. Instead of the usual call numbers, these volumes had dates etched into their spines in fading gold leaf: 1923, 1947, 1952, and so on. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pulled one from the shelf, a dark red leather-bound book dated 1968. The moment my fingers touched the cover, a chill ran down my spine. The leather felt wrong somehow, too soft, too supple, as if it were still alive. I opened it carefully, and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just a book, it was a biography. The title page read, Margaret Ann Sullivan, 1950-1968, student of Wallace University. My hands trembling slightly, I began to read. The book contained every detail of Margaret's life, from her childhood in rural Maine to her acceptance at Wallace University as a promising art student. Photos were interspersed throughout the text. Margaret as a toddler, at her high school graduation, in her dorm room. The final entry was dated October 15, 1968. Margaret leaves the library at 11:52 p.m. after a late-night study session. She is never seen again. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of sick joke, but as I looked along the shelf, I realized there were dozens more just like it. Each volume chronicled the life and disappearance of a Wallace University student. Some dated back to the 1800s, while others were more recent. The most disturbing part? None of these cases appeared in any official university records or local news archives that I could remember, despite my extensive research for my thesis on the university's history. Thunder crashed overhead, closer now, and the lights flickered ominously. I should have left right then, should have run upstairs and never looked back, but something compelled me to keep pulling books from the shelf, reading fragments of lives that had vanished without a trace. James Cooper, 1892, Elizabeth Chen, 1934, Michael Rodriguez, 2001. Each story ended the same way, with a late-night visit to the library, followed by disappearance. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped the next book I grabbed. This one was newer, its leather cover still glossy and unmarked by time. The date on the spine read 2022. As I opened it, a photograph slipped out and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up, and the world seemed to tilt on its axis. It was me. The biography began with my birth in Seattle, Washington, on April 12, 2000. It detailed my parents' divorce when I was 7, my struggle with anxiety in high school, my acceptance to Wallace University on a full academic scholarship. Every major moment of my life was documented in precise detail, things no one else could possibly know. My first panic attack in 3rd grade, the time I shoplifted a candy bar when I was 12 and never told anyone, the real reason I broke up with my high school boyfriend. The last dated entry was from yesterday. I read about myself working the late shift at the library, just as I had done countless times before. But after that, the remaining pages were blank, waiting to be filled. I checked my phone with trembling fingers. 11:47 p.m. the same time most of the other students had vanished. Panic clawed at my throat as I shoved the book back onto the shelf. I had to get out of here, had to tell someone about what I'd found. But as I turned to leave, my cart's wheel caught on something, a loose tile in the floor. I stumbled, catching myself against the shelves. The impact sent several books tumbling to the ground, their pages splaying open like broken wings. As I bent to pick them up, something caught my eye. The blank pages in my biography were no longer empty. New words had appeared, written in a flowing script that was still wet with dark ink. Emma discovers the collection at 11:45 p.m. Her hands shake as she reads her own biography, refusing to believe what she sees. At 11:47 p.m., she attempts to leave but trips on a loose tile. As she kneels to collect the fallen books, she notices new words appearing on her previously blank pages. My blood ran cold. Someone, or something, was writing my story in real time. I abandoned the fallen books and ran for the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty stacks. But when I reached the stairwell, the door wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, the metal handle cold against my sweating palms. It was locked. Impossible. These doors couldn't be locked. It was a fire code violation. I grabbed my phone to call campus security, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I was in the basement, surrounded by feet of concrete and decades of secrets. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and then, with a sharp crack, went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I heard something that made my heart stop, the soft whisper of pages turning. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, like dozens of invisible hands leafing through dozens of invisible books. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a rustling that reminded me of dry autumn leaves skittering across pavement. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, my fingers clumsy with fear. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow aisle where I'd found my biography. The books were moving. Their covers were opening and closing on their own, pages fluttering as if caught in a wind I couldn't feel. And in the gaps between the volumes, I saw something that defied explanation. Faces pressed against the spaces where books had been removed. Dozens of faces, their features distorted, as if viewed through murky water. I recognized them from the photographs in the biographies. Margaret Sullivan's artistic eyes, now hollow and dark. James Cooper's distinguished mustache, now twisted in a grotesque grimace. Elizabeth Chen's beautiful smile now stretched too wide across her face. They were all there, watching me with hungry expressions that spoke of decades spent in the darkness between pages. The rustling grew louder, and I saw hands beginning to emerge from between the books, pale, grasping things with elongated fingers and too many joints. They reached for me with desperate urgency, and I could hear voices now, whispering in a cacophony of different accents and eras. Stay with us. Help us complete our stories. We've been so lonely. Join our collection. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, deeper into the maze of shelves because the stairs were blocked. My phone's flashlight beam bounced wildly off the metal shelves, creating strobing shadows that seemed to move with malevolent purpose. Behind me, I could hear the sound of dozens of footsteps, some in heavy boots, others in delicate heels, all pursuing me with relentless determination. The voices grew louder, closer. They were calling my name now, using details from my biography to try to draw me in. They knew everything about me, my fears, my dreams, my deepest secrets. I took random turns, hoping to lose them in the labyrinth of books. but they seemed to know exactly where I was going. I rounded a corner and found myself in a dead end. The beam of my flashlight illuminated a wall of newer-looking books, their spines blank except for dates that hadn't happened yet. 2025, 2026, 2027, stretching decades into the future. Future collections. Future victims. The footsteps and whispers surrounded me now. I turned to face them, pressing my back against the shelf of future biographies. In the dim light of my phone, I could see them approaching. A crowd of figures wearing clothes from every decade of the past century and a half. Their faces were wrong, somehow both solid and transparent, like double-exposed photographs. Some of them flickered like bad television reception. Others moved with the jerky motion of old film reels. Margaret Sullivan was at the front of the crowd, her 1960s dress stained with something dark that might have been ink or might have been something worse. She held my biography in her hands, its pages still blank from the current moment forward. "Your story isn't complete," she said, her voice crackling like ancient paper. "None of our stories are complete, but you can help us finish them. All of us, together forever," adding to the collection. "I don't want to be part of your story," I said, my voice shaking. "I want to write my own." Margaret smiled, and her teeth were sharp and dark, like rows of fountain pen nibs. "But don't you see? You already are part of it. You always have been. From the moment you first stepped into this library as a freshman, your biography began writing itself, just like ours did." The other figures pressed closer, their hands reaching for me. I could see the similarities in their faces now, not in their features, but in their expressions. They all shared the same desperate hunger, the same longing for completion. They had all been students once, drawn to the knowledge contained in these shelves, only to become part of a different kind of collection entirely. "Time works differently here," Elizabeth Chen whispered, her voice like crackling vellum. "In here, we're always in the moment of discovery, always reading our stories for the first time, always trying to change the ending. But the ending never changes," James Cooper added, his antiquated diction carrying the weight of decades. "Not until we find someone new to join us, someone to add their story to ours." They were almost upon me now. I could feel the cold emanating from their bodies, smell the musty odor of old books and dried ink. My phone's flashlight began to flicker, its battery dying at the worst possible moment. In the strobing light, I saw Margaret raise my biography, its pages now glowing with the same sickly luminescence as her skin. "It's time to complete your chapter," she said. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I felt their hands on me, cold, paper-dry fingers wrapping around my arms, my legs, my throat. They were pulling me forward, and I could feel myself beginning to change. My skin was becoming like paper, my blood turning to ink, my thoughts reorganizing themselves into neat paragraphs and chapters. But then I heard something that made everyone freeze. The distinct beep of a keycard reader, followed by the heavy door at the top of the stairs opening. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, accompanied by voices. "Emma, are you down here? Your car's still in the parking lot." It was Carlos, the security guard, probably making his final rounds before midnight. The figures holding me hissed like pages caught in a draft, their grips loosening slightly. I took my chance and kicked out hard, feeling their paper-thin forms tear apart around me. I ran toward the flashlight beams, toward reality and solidity and life. "I'm here!" I screamed. "Help me!" Behind me, I heard the sound of books slamming shut, of pages rushing back into place, of stories retreating into their bindings. The figures were dissolving, returning to their shelf-bound prison as the light of the real world intruded on their domain. I burst out of the stacks just as Carlos reached the bottom of the stairs. He caught me as I stumbled, his solid warmth a sharp contrast to the cold, papery touches I'd just escaped. "Whoa, easy there. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I wanted to tell him everything, about the biographies, the faces in the shelves, the hands reaching out from between books. But when I looked back, the section where I'd found the collection was just another dark aisle of normal-looking books. Had I imagined it all? But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. As Carlos led me up the stairs, I glanced down at my hands. There, in the harsh fluorescent light of the stairwell, I could see that my skin had a different texture now. If you looked closely, very closely, you could see that it was crossed with faint lines, like pages in a book. I quit my job at the library that night, switched to remote classes for the rest of the semester, but I can't escape the feeling that my story isn't over. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear the whisper of turning pages. Sometimes I catch glimpses of familiar faces in mirrors or windows. Margaret, Elizabeth, James, all watching me with their hungry, patient expressions. And sometimes when I look at my reflection, I see my features beginning to blur, like words losing their clarity on an aging page. Because the truth is, you can't escape a story once you've become part of it. You can only hope to control the ending. Boxes. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple days after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go play on the tree when she washed the dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, my abilities grew, and before too long I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced, and so I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end I could reach my highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet and broke my arm really badly in 2 places. My mom was running toward me yelling, and I remember her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast and wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible, because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor. I named him Boxes. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture. So as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder. I told my mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it, This conditioning came in handy later because toward the end of our time in that house, boxes would get out much more often and would run under the house into the crawl space where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back and run it right outside the hole that boxes had gone through. Eventually he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excited by the sound, and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense to boxes. The last time he escaped to under the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out a while, though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell I was really sad about moving and wanted the transition to be smooth for me, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in the box would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When boxes got out as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor and we were going to start moving into the other house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I had thought we had more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of the next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing. But my mom said sometimes it was just easier to replace things than pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Josh to say bye, but she said that we could just call him from our new house. We left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Josh for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desire to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last for days if the walkie-talkie was on, but not used. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend, I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful even when she couldn't actually watch me, but I had gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice it, even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing. This must have been a Saturday night because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night and was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing, because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at not only his absence, but how she could have kept it from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back. He always does. But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weekends later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from home for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was and would always try to get back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it aloud. What if Boxes thought of the wrong home? Josh was confused. What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. But he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow and he'll take us over there so we can look. No, he won't, man. My mom said that we could never go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. Okay, then we'll just go out exploring tomorrow and make our way to your old house. No. If we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We have to go there ourselves. We have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Josh on board, since he was usually the one to come up with ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of his house before. It actually turned out to be incredibly easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. After those 2 minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlight and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get from Josh's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street. But I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time I walked through these woods at night. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Josh seemed confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get the walkie free when I heard Josh say, "Hey man, want to go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did, because I now knew where we were. He was pointing at the pool float. This was where I had woken up in these woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked to Josh, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked toward him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of this small clearing, but I regained my balance and stopped right at its edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night, because it was in the same spot where I had awoken. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. "Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck over there, and you were just laying here joking around on this float." I punctuated the sentence with a kick to an exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. Josh's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't in a quick manner due to the awkward way he had been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined in on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched the rat run into the woods, taking the screeches with it. Josh lightly punched me in the arm. the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would, and we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I had rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering last time how incandescent it was. But this time all the lights were off. From a distance I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of causality backward, I realized that I wouldn't back here this night if that tree hadn't grown, and I was briefly in awe of how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze, and overall the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners if they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It would be easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts as we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude," Josh yelled as quietly as he could. "Shut up, Josh. Even like this, it's still nicer than your house." "Hey, man. Okay. I think boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out." "Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it." "Look, I'll game you for it, unless you're too scared," I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm. "Fine, but we go on shoot, not on 3. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot, not 1, 2, 3. "I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who always messes up. And it's 2 out of 3. I lost. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under here for boxes. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked, but when she had to do it, she hated it, especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that boxes ran under here, despite how hard it could be to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie. "Josh, are you there? This is Macho Man, come back." "Josh, cut it out. There's something wrong down here." "What do you mean?" "It stinks. It smells like something died." "Is it boxes?" "I really hope not." I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from the outside, you could see all the way back with the right lighting, but you had to be inside to see around the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say that there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that boxes had come here and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did that, I felt something that made my hand recoil. fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. "Jesus Christ!" escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. "What is it? Are you okay? Is it boxes?" I reached for the walkie. No, it's not boxes. Well, what the hell is it then? I don't know. I shined the light on it again and looked at it with less fear in my vision. I chuckled. "It's a raccoon!" "Well, keep looking. I'm going to go into the house to see if he might have made it in there somehow." "What?" "Number Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and runs out?" "He can't." I put the board back. I looked and saw that he was telling the truth. "Why'd you do that?" "Don't worry, man. You can move it easy. This makes more sense. If Boxes ran out and I missed him, then he'd be gone. If he's down there, then grab him tight and I'll come move the board. And if he's not, then you can move it yourself while I look in the house." Some of his points were good, and I doubted he'd be able to get in anyway. "Okay, but be careful and don't touch anything. There's a bunch of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there to see if he crawled in one. And make sure to bring your walkie." "Roger that, good buddy." I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the street lights that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right over my head and felt old dirt raining down on me. "Josh, is that you?" "Tsk, breaker. This is Macho Man coming back for the big Tango Foxtrot. The Eagle has landed." "What's your 20, Princess Jasmine?" "Over." "Asshole." "Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking at your stash of magazines. Looks like you've got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that?" "Over." I could hear him laughing without the walkie, and I started laughing too. I had the footsteps fade away a little. He was on his way to my room. "Man, it's dark in here. Hey, are you sure you had boxes of clothes in here?" "I don't see any." "Yeah, there should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check to see if you maybe put the boxes in the closet before you left." I started thinking that maybe my mom had come back and gotten the clothes and just given them away because I had outgrown a lot of them. But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the last one up before we left. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep because of the position I was in, and it hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket, and all around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to boxes, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for Boxes to encourage him to come here instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense, and it seemed even more likely that Boxes would have come back to this place. "That's so cool, Mom," I thought. "I found your clothes." "Oh, cool. Where were the boxes?" "Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in your closet. They're hanging up." I felt a chill. This was impossible. I had packed all my clothes. Even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left, I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to get clothes out of the box and put them back in. I had packed them, but someone had hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there. That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe you just thought that you left them. Haha. Wow. You sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What? What do you mean? Your walls, man. Haha. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself. There are hundreds of them. What did you hire someone to? Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I had switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps but couldn't tell exactly where Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button, but he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. There's someone in the house. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps, heavy, dragging footsteps, and then a loud thud. Oh, God! Josh! He had been found, I was sure of it. This person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to boxes. And then I realized, what if Josh told him I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor. And, oh God, man. The bag, I think it just moved. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there, frozen. As I lay unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals, dozens of them, all of them dead. They lay in piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could boxes be among these corpses? Was this what the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shock, as I knew I had to get out of there, and I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because it was wedged in there, and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped. God damn you, Josh, I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream, and it was matched by another scream that wasn't full of fear. As I continued pushing, I felt the board move, but I knew it wasn't me who was moving it. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me, and shouting and screaming, filling the brief silences between the footsteps. I moved back and held my walkie ready to try to defend myself, and the board was thrown to the side and an arm shot in and grabbed for me. Let's go, man. Now. It was Josh. Thank God. I scrambled out of the opening holding the flashlight and the walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped it, but Josh's walkie fell. He reached for it, and I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind us, I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds. And we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods, Josh kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag and if it really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep and sat peering out the window waiting for him. I went home later that day, as it was about 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think the house was so dangerous? She became irate and hysterical, but she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of, and locked her eyes to mine, whispering as if she was afraid of being overheard. Because I never put any fucking blankets or bowls under the house for boxes, you weren't the only one to find them. I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nest that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under ours, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word and didn't finish the story for her, but I want to finish it here. For you. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care, I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes meowing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had just waited a day, none of the previous night's events would have happened, and I'd have boxes anyway, but that didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light off his eyes. The crying continued and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed. I laughed a little, thinking I had just crawled under a house looking for him, and how this was so much better. His meows were being muffled by a shirt, so I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, boxes." His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Boxes never came home. Echoes of the woods. The path wound through the forest in a series of tight curves, the trees so dense they blocked out most of the remaining daylight. When I finally spotted a clearing up ahead, relief washed over me. But as I approached, my headlights illuminated something that made my stomach drop. An abandoned car. Its hood popped open and its tires flattened. It was a rusted relic, long since claimed by the elements, with vines snaking through the grille and moss covering the windows. I parked a safe distance away and got out to inspect it. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was even more pronounced without the hum of the engine. The car's interior was gutted, the seats ripped open as if by some animal. There were no plates, no identifying marks, just an empty shell of a vehicle, left to rot in the middle of nowhere. A faint trail led away from the car, disappearing into the woods. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it. My boots crunched against the fallen leaves, each step echoing unnaturally loud. The trail was narrow, flanked by trees that seemed to close in the further I went. The air grew colder and the light dimmer until I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Then I saw it. A small cabin nestled among the trees. Its windows were dark, and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, the only sign that it was still inhabited. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The front door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. I called out, but my voice sounded small and hollow in the vast emptiness of the woods. There was no response. Steeling myself, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The cabin was a single room, sparsely furnished with a cot, a wood-burning stove, and a rickety table. The walls were adorned with strange symbols carved directly into the wood, their jagged lines forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the symbols weren't random. They formed a pattern, one that seemed to spiral inward toward the center of the room. In the middle of the floor was a trap door, its edges worn smooth from years of use. Something about it felt wrong, as if the very air around it was heavier, thicker. I wanted to leave, to turn around and never look back, but some morbid curiosity kept me rooted in place. I crouched down and pulled the trap door open. The hinges groaned in protest, revealing a dark, gaping hole. A ladder led down into the blackness, the rungs slick with moisture. The smell wafting up from below was foul, a mix of damp earth and something metallic, like rusted iron. I don't know what possessed me to climb down. Maybe it was the sheer unreality of the situation, the way it felt like a waking nightmare. Or maybe it was the feeling that whatever was down there had to be the key to understanding why I'd ended up here. The descent was slow, each rung colder than the last. The darkness swallowed me whole, the faint light from above fading until I was plunged into complete blackness. I fumbled for my phone, using the flashlight to illuminate the space around me. The walls were earthen, damp and glistening, and the tunnel stretched on endlessly in both directions. I chose a direction at random and started walking. The tunnel was unnervingly narrow, forcing me to hunch over. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water. Time lost all meaning. It felt like I'd been walking for hours when I finally came to a larger chamber. The room was circular, its walls lined with more of those strange symbols. In the center was a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I could only hope wasn't blood. Surrounding the altar were objects that defied explanation. Bones arranged in intricate patterns, jars filled with unidentifiable substances, and a single candle that burned with a dim, flickering light. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. But as I stood there, paralyzed by fear, I noticed something on the far wall. It was a photograph, tacked haphazardly to the dirt. I approached it slowly, the candlelight casting shifting shadows that made the whole scene feel alive. The photograph was old, the edges yellowed and curling. It showed a group of people standing in front of the very cabin I'd entered. Their faces were obscured, either by motion or deliberate smudging. But one figure stood out, a man with piercing eyes that seemed to stare directly at me, even through the faded print. Behind him, barely visible in the shadows, was something else. Something tall and impossibly thin, its limbs unnaturally long and bent at odd angles. My blood ran cold as I realized it wasn't a trick of the light. The thing was real, and it was watching me. I don't remember running back to the ladder, only the blind panic that propelled me forward. My flashlight flickered and died as I climbed, leaving me in suffocating darkness. When I finally emerged into the cabin, the air was thick with the smell of smoke and decay. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse, their lines shifting and writhing like living things. I bolted out the door and into the woods, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The path was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of trees that all looked the same. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes and skin, until I stumbled into another clearing. In the center was a circle of stones, each one etched with those same sinister symbols. Inside the circle lay a pile of bones, bleached white and arranged in a way that seemed deliberate. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the bones weren't animal, they were human. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in terror, but eventually I heard it. A low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't human. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist. I turned and ran, the sound growing louder, closer. The trees blurred together as I sprinted, my lungs burning and my legs threatening to give out. When I finally broke through the tree line and onto a paved road, I collapsed, gasping for air. A passing car stopped, and the driver helped me to my feet. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. They took me to the nearest town, where I told my story to the local authorities. They searched the woods but found nothing. No cabin, no symbols, no bones. I've since tried to put the experience behind me, to convince myself it was just a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But every now and then, I see those piercing eyes in my dreams, and I wake up with the sound of that guttural growl echoing in my ears. The woods haven't called me back, and I pray they never do. The memory box. I never should have opened that box. The day started like any other Saturday morning, helping Mom clean out Grandma's house after her funeral. We'd been at it for weeks, sorting through decades of accumulated memories, trinkets, and the general detritus of a long life well lived. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: old photos, costume jewelry, outdated clothes, and enough doilies to supply a Victorian tea party. But then I found the box. It was buried deep in the back of her bedroom closet, underneath a pile of moth-eaten sweaters. A simple wooden container about the size of a shoebox, with no markings or decorations except for a small brass latch. Something about it felt wrong. The wood was unnaturally cold to the touch, even though the house was warm from the summer heat. And when I picked it up, I could have sworn I heard something inside shift, like sand running through an hourglass. "Hey, Mom," I called out. "Did you know about this?" She poked her head into the bedroom, hands full of old newspapers destined for recycling. "What's that, honey?" "Found this box in Grandma's closet. Never seen it before." Mom frowned, setting down her armload of papers. "That's strange. I thought we'd gone through everything in there already." She came over to examine it, running her fingers along the smooth wooden surface. "I don't recognize it. Must be something she kept private." I might have imagined it, but her hand seemed to tremble slightly when she touched it. She withdrew quickly, rubbing her fingers as if they'd been stung. "Well, go ahead and open it if you want," she said, a bit too casually. "I need to get these papers out to the recycling bin." She hurried from the room before I could respond. I sat down on Grandma's old bed, the box heavy in my lap. The brass latch was tarnished, but still functional. It opened with a soft click that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet room. Inside, I found a stack of old Polaroid photographs, their edges yellowed with age. The top one showed a young woman, my grandmother, I realized with a start, standing in front of an old farmhouse. She was smiling, but something about her expression seemed forced. Behind her, barely visible in one of the upper windows, was a dark shape that might have been a person watching. The next photo showed the same farmhouse from a different angle. No one in the frame this time, but all the windows were dark except for one, which seemed to glow with an impossible brightness. The longer I stared at it, the more that light seemed to pulse and writhe like something alive. Beneath the photos was a small leather-bound journal. The pages were filled with my grandmother's neat handwriting, but the words made no sense. They seemed to shift and change as I tried to read them, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. Only fragments remained clear. They come at night now, always watching, always hungry. The children smile too wide. Their teeth are wrong. It's spreading. God help me, it's spreading. The final entry, dated just 3 days before her death, was different. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. Emily, if you're reading this, I'm so sorry. I thought I could protect you. I thought I could contain it. But it's too late now. They know about you. They've always known. Whatever you do, don't look up. Don't look at the ceiling. Don't. The entry ended there, the pen trailing off into a jagged line. I didn't want to look up. Every instinct screamed at me to keep my eyes down, to close the box, to run from the room. But I couldn't help myself. I looked up. The ceiling was covered in handprints, hundreds of them, overlapping, pressed into the plaster as if made by hands trying to break through from the other side. As I watched, horror freezing me in place, one of the prints began to push outward. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't slept since then. Not really. How can I? When every time I close my eyes, I see those hands reaching for me. When every mirror shows glimpses of faces that shouldn't be there. When the walls of my apartment pulse with a heartbeat that isn't mine. Mom won't talk about it. She changed her number, moved away without telling me where. The last time we spoke, her voice was different somehow. Wrong. Like something else was speaking through her. The handprints are spreading. I find new ones every day. On my walls, my windows, the ceiling above my bed. They're getting closer. Last night I woke to find one pressed into the pillow beside my head, still warm to the touch. I tried to destroy the box, but it won't burn, won't break, won't stay buried. It always comes back, appearing in random places around my apartment. Sometimes I hear it at night. The soft click of the latch opening and closing, opening and closing. The photos are changing too. The figures in the background are clearer now, more defined. They're the same faces I see in my mirrors, in my windows, in the dark corners of my room at night. They're getting closer in each picture, and I know somehow that when they finally reach the foreground, it will be too late. I found a new photo in the box this morning. It shows me, sitting at my desk, writing this account. But it's not a photo from the past. The timestamp shows tomorrow's date. In the image, I'm not alone. They're standing behind me, their hands on my shoulders, their two wide smiles stretching impossibly far, and they're looking directly at the camera, directly at you. I have to go now. They're getting impatient. They want me to open the box one last time, to show them what's inside, to show them the newest photo, the one that shows you right now reading these words, "Don't look up, the renovation." I never should have bought this house. That's what everyone says after a haunting, right? But I really shouldn't have bought this house. The listing price was suspiciously low for the Cambridge area, a Victorian-era home with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and enough square footage to actually have a home office. The realtor mentioned something vague about the previous owners leaving suddenly due to family circumstances, but I was too excited about finally owning property in this outrageously expensive market to dig deeper. Besides, what family doesn't have circumstances? The home inspection revealed the usual century-old house problems: outdated wiring, some water damage in the basement, creaky floorboards. Nothing particularly alarming. I was actually relieved. I'd budgeted for renovations, expecting far worse. The inspector did note some unusual modifications to the original floor plan, with certain walls appearing to have been added in the 1960s that didn't quite match the home's architectural style. But again, what old house doesn't have quirks from decades of different owners? I closed on the property in October. The autumn light filtered beautifully through the tall windows, casting warm patterns across the worn floors. The rooms still held that peculiar emptiness of a just-purchased house, that liminal space between someone else's home and your own. I spent that first week making plans, measuring rooms, and researching contractors. I wanted to restore some of the home's original Victorian charm while updating it for modern living. The first strange thing I noticed was the temperature. Certain spots in the house were inexplicably cold, even with the heating running full blast. I initially blamed poor insulation, but these cold spots seemed to move. One day the master bedroom would be freezing. The next it would be perfectly comfortable while the kitchen became an icebox. The contractors I hired to update the heating system couldn't find any obvious issues with the HVAC. It was during the initial demolition phase that we found it. The crew was removing some of the newer drywall to expose the original plaster walls when their tools struck something solid. Behind the drywall was another wall, but this one had a door. The door was made of thick, dark wood, with ornate carvings around the frame that matched the home's Victorian aesthetic. It had clearly been part of the original construction, but at some point, someone had sealed it away behind a false wall. There was no doorknob, just a simple brass handle. The crew looked to me for direction. Part of me wanted to seal it back up immediately. There had to be a reason someone had hidden it, right? But curiosity won out. I gave them the go-ahead to clear away the remaining drywall. The door opened with surprising ease, its hinges silent despite decades of disuse. Behind it was a small room, maybe 6'8" feet, with no windows. The walls were covered in the same elaborate Victorian wallpaper found elsewhere in the house, though here it was faded to an indeterminate grayish color. The hardwood floor was bare except for a single wooden chair in the center of the room. The chair was positioned to face the corner. Something about that chair made my skin crawl. It was a simple piece, probably from the same era as the house, but its positioning seemed deliberately unsettling. Who would put a single chair facing a corner, and why seal up the entire room? The crew was clearly unnerved. I tried to laugh it off. Probably just an old punishment room for naughty children. But no one smiled. I told them to take a break while I documented the discovery for my renovation blog. As I photographed the room, I noticed other odd details. There were scratch marks on the floor around the chair legs, as if it had been repeatedly dragged into that exact position. The wallpaper in the corner the chair faced was more deteriorated than the rest, with long vertical tiers running from floor to ceiling. And despite the decades of dust coating everything else, the chair's seat was clean, as if recently used. I closed the door and told the crew to continue with their scheduled work elsewhere in the house. We could deal with this room later. But as they packed up their tools that evening, I caught them making furtive glances toward that corner of the house. I didn't blame them. Even with the door closed and hidden from view, you could feel its presence, like a weight pressing against your consciousness. That night I had trouble sleeping. The house seemed different now, as if finding that room had changed something fundamental about its character. The usual creaks and settling noises of an old home took on new meaning. I could have sworn I heard scratching coming from inside the walls. When I came downstairs the next morning, all of my furniture had been rearranged. Every chair, every couch, Every stool was turned to face that corner of the house where we'd found the door. Even the heavy antique buffet had been rotated 90 degrees. I called the police. The responding officers were sympathetic but unhelpful. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing was missing, and technically no crime had been committed. They suggested I install security cameras and made some notes for their report. I spent the rest of the day putting everything back in place, trying to convince myself there must be a rational explanation. Maybe I had a very specific burglar with an interest in interior design. The security company couldn't come until the following week, so I pushed my heavy dresser in front of the bedroom door before going to bed. The scratching in the walls was louder that night. It seemed to move through the house, traveling from room to room in a circular pattern. Around 3 a.m., I distinctly heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I lay perfectly still, watching the shadow visible beneath the door, waiting for someone to try the handle. After what felt like hours, the shadow moved away. The next morning, all the furniture was facing the corner again, including my dresser. When the contractors arrived, they immediately noticed something was off. Their tools from the previous day, which they'd locked in the garage, were arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the living room floor. Each tool was positioned with mechanical precision, forming a complete circle with exactly equal spacing between items. In the center of the circle was the chair from the hidden room. 2 of the contractors quit on the spot. Can't say I blame them. The foreman, a burly man named Mike, who'd been in construction for 20 years, tried to convince them to stay. "Look, weird stuff happens in old houses," he said. "We can work somewhere else in the building, leave this area alone." That's when we heard the humming. It was coming from the hidden room, a soft melodic sound like someone quietly singing to themselves. We all froze. The humming grew louder, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, singing what sounded like a lullaby. But the words were wrong somehow, like English played backwards. Mike approached the door slowly, his hand reaching for the handle. I wanted to stop him, to tell him not to open it, but I couldn't make my voice work. He pushed the door open. The room was empty except for the chair, which was still in the center of the floor where we'd left it. But now there were handprints on the walls, hundreds of them, overlapping, made in what looked like ash or dark soil. They started at about waist height and continued up the walls and across the ceiling, all oriented toward that corner. The humming had stopped. The remaining crew packed up their tools and left. Mike promised to call me later about continuing the renovation, but his voice shook as he said it. I knew he wouldn't be back. I should have left too. Any sane person would have run from that house and never looked back. But I'd sunk my entire savings into this place, and some stubborn part of me refused to be driven out by what was probably just an elaborate prank. I called a paranormal investigator instead. The investigator, a middle-aged woman named Sarah with graying hair and sensible shoes, arrived that afternoon. She didn't seem fazed by my story, calmly setting up various pieces of equipment while I recounted the events of the past few days. She had me draw a floor plan of the house, marking the location of the hidden room, and noting where all the furniture had been repositioned. "Interesting pattern," she said, studying my drawing. "It's not just that everything faces the corner. It's all arranged in concentric circles with decreasing radius as you get closer to that room, like a spiral drawing inward." She looked up at me. "Have you sat in the chair?" The question sent a chill down my spine. "No, of course not. Why would I?" "Because you want to." It wasn't a question. You've been thinking about it, haven't you? Wondering what it would feel like, just for a moment. I started to deny it, but she was right. Ever since we'd found that room, some part of me had been drawn to that chair. Even now I could feel its pull, like a physical sensation in my chest. Sarah nodded as if I'd confirmed something. That's how it starts. The compulsion grows stronger over time. Previous owners. She trailed off as a loud thump came from upstairs, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. We rushed up the stairs to find my bed had been moved. It was now pointed toward the corner, its headboard pressed against the wall as if trying to phase through it, to align with that hidden room. While we stood there processing this, all the lights in the house went out. In the sudden darkness, I heard Sarah intake breath sharply. "Do you smell that?" I did. It was a musty, organic smell, like wet soil and decaying leaves. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves, and underneath it, barely detectable, was the metallic tang of blood. The scratching started again, more intense than before. It was all around us now, a frenzied scratching punctuated by dull thuds, as if multiple someones were trying to claw their way through the walls. Sarah's equipment began beeping and whirring, the displays lighting up with activity. Then we heard the singing. It was the same backwards lullaby as before, but now it was coming from multiple voices, all slightly out of sync with each other. The effect was profoundly wrong, like a corrupted audio file played through broken speakers. The voices seemed to be moving, circling us in the darkness. Sarah's face was illuminated by her equipment's displays, casting harsh shadows that made her look skull-like. "We need to leave," she said. "Now. Before—" The singing stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, we heard footsteps coming from the hidden room. Slow, deliberate steps moving toward the door. We ran. Outside, the autumn evening was jarringly normal. Cars drove past. Leaves skittered across the sidewalk. Somewhere a dog was barking. Sarah's professional demeanor had cracked. Her hands shook as she packed up her equipment. "I can recommend some colleagues who specialize in cleansing houses," she said. "But honestly, my professional advice would be to sell. Whatever's in there, it's old, and it's patient, and it's been feeding for a very long time." "Feeding on what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. She gestured to my phone, which was still displaying the floor plan we'd drawn. The spiral pattern of furniture now seemed obvious, almost painfully so. "Notice anything about the dimensions of that hidden room? It's exactly the same size as the original house's parlor, according to the historic plans I found. That room shouldn't exist. There's not enough space for it. It's as if it's been folded somehow, tucked into a corner of reality where it doesn't belong." She continued, "The chair is a focus point, an anchor. When someone sits in it, well, let's just say the previous owners didn't leave due to family circumstances. They're still here in a way, parts of them at least, and they're not alone. I spent that night in a hotel, researching the house's history. The more I dug, the more disturbing the pattern became. Every few decades, a family would move in, begin renovations, and then disappear. The official records cited various reasons: foreclosure, family emergency, job relocation, but the timing was always the same. It happened shortly after they started opening up walls. The earliest record I could find was from 1891, when the original owner, a wealthy industrialist named Theodore Barrett, began extensive renovations on the house. According to newspaper articles from the time, Barrett became increasingly obsessed with sacred geometry and dimensional folding. His journals, excerpts of which were published after his disappearance, described experiments with non-Euclidean spaces and attempts to create a door where there should be no door. Barrett's wife reported that he spent hours sitting in their parlor, staring at the corner, muttering about the angles being all wrong. She said he would walk in circles around the house, measuring distances that somehow never added up the same way twice. The last entry in his journal read simply, "The corner is not a corner, it is a curve, and we are all already around it." 2 months later, the entire Barrett family vanished. The house stood empty for years until, in 1918, a young couple bought it and began their own renovations. Their story ended the same way. I should have taken Sarah's advice and sold the house immediately, but something kept me from contacting a realtor. The same something that kept drawing my thoughts back to that chair, wondering what Barrett had seen while sitting in it, wondering what all the others had seen before they. The scratching in the walls is getting louder now. The handprints have begun appearing throughout the house, on the ceiling, in the bathrooms, under the beds, always pointed toward that corner. The singing comes more frequently, and sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Dark shapes walking in perfect circles, their movements synchronized like planets in orbit. My furniture rearranges itself every night now, and I've stopped trying to move it back. The spiral pattern is almost beautiful once you understand it. Everything flowing toward a central point, drawn by an inexorable gravity. I find myself walking in circles too, measuring rooms that seem larger on the inside than simple geometry should allow. The chair calls to me. Every day the compulsion grows stronger. I dream about sitting in it, about finally seeing what Barrett saw, about understanding why the corner is not a corner but a curve. I dream about joining the others in their endless circling, adding my voice to their backward songs. I'm writing this as a warning, I suppose, though I doubt it will make a difference. The house will find new owners after I'm gone, and they too will begin renovations, and they too will find that door. Or perhaps they'll find a different door, leading to the same room that is somehow both here and not here, contained within itself, like a Klein bottle or a Mobius strip. The scratching is very loud tonight. The walls pulse with it, like a heartbeat, like breathing. The handprints are spreading across my desk as I write, appearing one by one, reaching toward that corner that is not a corner. The singing is starting again, and I recognize some of the voices now. Soon, I'll recognize all of them. I know I should leave, run, escape while I still can, but the chair is waiting and I'm so very tired of fighting its pull. Maybe I'll just sit for a moment, just a moment to see what Barrett saw, to understand why the angles are wrong, why the measurements never add up, why the corner is really a curve. Just for a moment. I can hear them walking now, circling, circling. Their footsteps echo through spaces that shouldn't exist, marking time like a metronome. The handprints have reached my fingers as I type these last words. They're so warm. Everything is warm here, despite the cold spots. Everything is connected, curved, folded in on itself like an origami universe. The chair is calling. I think I'll sit down now, just for a moment, just to see, just to understand why the corner is not a. The following text was found carved into the wall of the hidden room, beneath layers of handprints. The corner is not a corner. The door is not a door. The room is not a room. We are not alone. We are not separate. We are all around the curve. Come sit with us, just for a moment, just for a moment. Death has come. My dad was a strong man, the kind who could weather any storm. But cancer, stage 4 esophageal cancer, was the storm he couldn't beat. Watching him wither away, confined to his bed, was like witnessing a mountain crumble, one stone at a time. It was during those last few weeks, as my family and I cared for him in his bedroom, that things started happening. Things that I still struggle to make sense of. It began with a feeling, a subtle creeping unease that seemed to hang in the air. My mom felt it first. She'd tell me she couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, even when she was alone. I brushed it off, chalking it up to stress and exhaustion. We were all running on fumes after all. But then I felt it too. One evening, as I stood in my parents' room, talking to Dad, I got the unmistakable sense that something was behind me. You know that prickling awareness at the nape of your neck, like someone is just out of sight? That's what it felt like. I froze mid-sentence, my words trailing off as a shiver rippled down my spine. "Are you okay?" my dad asked, his voice rasping and weak. I didn't answer right away. My eyes darted to the doorway that led to the living room. That's when I saw it. A figure, about 4'6", jet black from head to toe, was peeking around the corner. Its head tilted slightly, almost curious. Long, slender fingers gripped the edge of the door frame, its knuckles unnaturally bony and gnarled. It wasn't solid, but not exactly transparent either. It was as if the shadows themselves had taken form, dense and impenetrable. My heart slammed against my ribs. Without thinking, I bolted toward it. The figure slipped back around the corner, its movement impossibly fluid, like smoke dissipating in the wind. By the time I reached the doorway, it was gone. I stood there, breathing hard, staring at the empty living room. Nothing. No sound. No movement. Just the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the ticking of the wall clock. I stepped out, searching every corner, but it was like the thing had evaporated. When I returned to my dad's room, he was watching me with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" he asked. I hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Finally, I blurted it out. I saw something. I don't know what it was, but it was standing in the doorway. His brows furrowed, and for a moment, I thought he'd tell me I was imagining things. Instead, he gave me a look that I'll never forget, a mix of fear and resignation. Over the next few days, others began seeing it too. My mom was the first. She was sitting in the living room late at night, reading, when she saw the same black figure standing at the edge of the hallway. It didn't move, didn't retreat. It just stood there, watching her. She said she felt paralyzed, unable to look away until it finally faded into the darkness. My cousin, who stayed over to help with Dad's care, swore she saw it peering into the kitchen one morning as she made coffee. It always seemed to appear in the periphery, never in full view, as though it thrived in the edges of our awareness. By this point, we were all on edge. Sleep came sparingly, and every creak of the house set our nerves alight. My dad, strangely enough, never saw it. He would listen quietly as we recounted our experiences, but he never seemed surprised. One night I pressed him about it. "Do you think it's real?" I asked. "This thing?" He looked at me with tired eyes. "I don't know what it is, but I think it's here for me." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. The final days were the worst. The figure appeared more frequently, as though it was circling closer, its presence heavier and more oppressive. My mom started hearing whispers at night, faint and unintelligible, like a conversation just out of earshot. Once, she woke to find the figure standing at the foot of her bed, its featureless head tilted as if studying her. She screamed, and it vanished. The night my dad passed, the house was eerily silent. I was sitting by his bed, holding his frail hand, when the room grew cold, unnaturally cold, the kind of chill that sinks into your bones. I glanced at the doorway, and there it was again. This time, it didn't retreat. The figure stood motionless, its form darker than the shadows around it. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt as though the air had been sucked from the room. Then, slowly, it lifted a hand and pointed at my dad. Tears streamed down my face as I whispered, "Leave him alone." The figure didn't respond. It simply lowered its hand and stepped back, disappearing into the hallway. Moments later, my dad took his final breath. After he passed, the figure vanished. None of us saw it again, and the house felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted. My mom moved out a few months later, unable to bear the memories that lingered in every corner. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Was it a manifestation of death, come to collect my father? A hallucination born of grief and exhaustion? Or something else entirely? Something darker and more inexplicable? All I know is that it was real. Too real to ignore or dismiss. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, convinced I feel that same cold chill. And every time I can't help but glance at the doorway, half expecting to see it standing there, watching, waiting. Because deep down, I know it wasn't just here for him. One day it'll come for me too. The empty frame. I never should have bought that antique mirror. The elderly woman at the estate sale seemed almost desperate to get rid of it, practically pushing it into my hands while rambling about family heirlooms and traditions. I thought she was just another eccentric trying to clear out her mother's belongings. The ornate silver frame was exactly what I needed for my photography studio's vintage aesthetic, and at $20, it was a steal. If only I'd noticed how she wouldn't look directly at its surface, or how her hands trembled when she handed me the receipt. The first few weeks were unremarkable. Clients loved posing in front of the 8-foot mirror, especially for wedding photos. The way it seemed to catch and amplify light gave every reflection an ethereal quality. Several people commented that they looked younger in it, more vibrant somehow. I started to think I'd discovered some old-world craftsmanship secret that made everything more beautiful. Then came the day I noticed the delay. I was cleaning the studio after hours, wiping down the mirror's surface, when I saw my reflection pause for a fraction of a second before lowering its cleaning cloth. At first, I convinced myself it was just fatigue from a long day of shoots, but as I stood there, deliberately moving my arm up and down, the lag became impossible to ignore. My reflection was following my movements just slightly out of sync, like a video feed with bad latency. I should have gotten rid of it right then. Instead, I did what any modern person would do. I started documenting it. I set up my camera equipment to record the mirror while I moved in front of it, thinking I could maybe go viral with proof of some weird optical phenomenon. The footage never showed anything unusual. The lag only happened when I was alone with it, watching with my own eyes. That's when the smiling started. It was subtle at first. My reflection would hold its smile a beat too long after I'd stopped, lips still curved upward, while mine had already fallen neutral. Then it started smiling when I wasn't smiling at all. I'd catch glimpses of it grinning at me while I was turning away or packing up equipment, Once, I swear I saw it wink. The clients never noticed anything wrong. Their reflections behaved perfectly normally, mirroring their movements with exact precision. But sometimes, in the background of their shots, I could see my own reflection watching them with that unnaturally wide smile, even though I was behind the camera. I started covering the mirror with a sheet at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching me through it. But every morning, no matter how securely I'd fastened it, the sheet would be on the floor. The mirror's surface would be flawless, without a speck of dust, as if someone had just cleaned it. One evening, as I was rushing to finish a wedding album delivery, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In every single photo that included the mirror, my reflection was standing in a slightly different position than I remembered being in while taking the shot. In some, it was turned toward the camera when I knew I'd been facing the couple. In others, it was closer to the clients than I'd ever stood. And in every single one, it was smiling that horrible, stretched smile. I started having nightmares about my reflection reaching through the glass, its fingers elongating into silver needles as it tried to pull me in. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that looked like someone had been trying to grab me. The mirror seemed to grow larger in the dark, its frame extending like twisted branches across my studio walls. Things came to a head during a senior portrait session. The girl was posing in front of the mirror when she suddenly screamed. When I rushed over, she was shaking, pointing at the reflection. "Your eyes," she kept saying. "Your eyes were all wrong." I apologized profusely, blamed it on weird lighting, and offered her a full refund. After she left, I finally worked up the courage to really look at my reflection. For a long moment, nothing seemed amiss. Then it tilted its head at an impossible angle, and I saw what the girl had meant about the eyes. They were silver, like the mirror's frame, and they were looking at me with an intelligence that was definitely not my own. That night, I decided the mirror had to go. I called a friend to help me move it, not wanting to face it alone anymore. But when Jake arrived, he walked right past it without seeing it. When I pointed to the massive frame, he looked confused, asking if I was feeling okay. To him, there was nothing but an empty wall. I reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and for the first time, my reflection didn't mimic me. It stayed perfectly still, watching as my fingers made contact with the glass. The surface felt like ice water, and my hand sank through as if it were liquid. My reflection's smile grew impossibly wide as it reached out and grabbed my wrist. I tried to pull back, but its grip was like steel. I screamed for Jake, but he had already left the room, still unable to see anything wrong. The last thing I heard was his footsteps fading down the hallway as my reflection pulled me forward, through the mirror's surface, into a world where everything was backwards and bathed in that strange silver light. I'm writing this from the other side now. I can see out into my studio, but everything is reversed, like a photo negative. People come and go, but they can't see me frantically pounding on the glass. My reflection, the thing that took my place, runs my business perfectly. It talks to clients, takes their photos, and smiles that terrible smile that no one else seems to notice. Sometimes other trapped souls drift past me in this silver void. Their eyes are hollow, their mouths frozen in eternal screams. Some have been here so long they're barely human anymore, their forms distorted like reflections in a carnival mirror. They whisper about the others who were pulled through, generation after generation, feeding the mirror's hunger for new reflections. The elderly woman from the estate sale is here too. She's the one who told me about the mirror's origin. how it was crafted centuries ago by a silversmith who made a deal with something ancient and hungry. She warned me that the mirror needs to be fed regularly. That's why it takes new owners, why it has to keep replacing worn-out reflections with fresh ones. I watch as my imposter hangs a for sale sign in the studio window. The price listed for the mirror is $20. I want to warn potential buyers, but all I can do is press my hands against the glass and hope they notice how their reflections smile just a little too long, how their movements aren't quite in sync. Yesterday, a young photographer came to look at it. She was so excited about the vintage frame, just like I had been. I screamed until my throat was raw, but of course she couldn't hear me. As she handed over the money, I saw my replacement's smile stretch wider than any human mouth should go. Last night, I watched as it finally dropped its disguise in the darkness of the closed studio. Its silver eyes gleamed as its face split open like a blooming flower, revealing rows of mirrored teeth. It pressed its forehead against the glass and whispered, "Soon you'll fade like all the others. But don't worry, I'll find someone new to take your place." I know now why the mirror's surface is always so clean. We press ourselves against it constantly, trying to break through, trying to warn the next victim. Our desperate fingers leave no prints. Our tears leave no streaks. Our blood leaves no stains. We are nothing but reflections now, trapped in this silver void, watching the world through a window we can never break. The young photographer comes to collect the mirror tomorrow. As I write this, I can see my replacement preparing the studio for her arrival. It's humming quietly as it polishes the frame, and in the deepening darkness, I swear I can see other faces forming in the mirror's surface. Hundreds of them, all pressed against the glass, all wearing that same horrible smile. We are all just reflections here, endlessly watching, endlessly waiting. And somewhere, in an antique shop or estate sale, another mirror from the same silversmith is waiting too, its surface pristine, its frame gleaming with an otherworldly shine. Perhaps you've seen one. Perhaps you've noticed how your reflection moves just a fraction of a second too slowly, how its smile lingers just a little too long. Whatever you do, don't look too closely. Don't let yourself be drawn in by that silver light. And if you ever see your reflection smile when you're not smiling, run. But know that it's probably already too late. After all, we all thought we could escape too. Now we're just faces in the glass, watching helplessly as the cycle continues, as the mirror feeds, as new reflections join our ranks in this endless silver void. And somewhere out there, right now, someone is admiring their reflection in a beautiful antique mirror, not yet noticing that their smile isn't quite their own anymore. Autopilot. Have you ever forgotten your phone? When did you realize you'd forgotten it? I'm guessing you didn't just smack your forehead and exclaim, "Damn," apropos of nothing. The realization probably didn't dawn on you spontaneously. More likely, you reached for your phone, pawing open your pocket or handbag, and were momentarily confused by it not being there. Then you did a mental restep of the morning's events. Shit. In my case, my phone's alarm woke me up as normal, but I realized the battery was lower than I expected. It was a new phone, and it had this annoying habit of leaving applications running that drain the battery overnight. So, I put it on to charge while I showered instead of into my bag like normal. It was a momentary slip from the routine, but that was all it took. Once in the shower, my brain got back into the routine. It follows every morning, and that was it. Forgotten. This wasn't just me being clumsy. As I later researched, this is a recognized brain function. Your brain doesn't just work on one level, it works on many. Like when you're walking somewhere, you think about your destination and avoiding hazards, but you don't need to think about keeping your legs moving properly. If you did, the entire world would turn into one massive, hilarious QWOP cosplay. I wasn't thinking about regulating my breathing. I was thinking whether I should grab a coffee on the drive to work. I did. I wasn't thinking about moving my breakfast through my intestines. I was wondering whether I'd finish on time to pick up my daughter Emily from nursery after work, or get stuck with another late fee. This is the thing. There's a level of your brain that just deals with routine, so that the rest of the brain can think about other things. Think about it. Think about your last commute. What do you actually remember? Little, if anything, probably. Most common journeys blur into one, and recalling anyone in particular is scientifically proven to be difficult. Do something often enough, and it becomes routine. Keep doing it, and it stops being processed by the thinking bit of the brain and gets relegated to a part of the brain dedicated to dealing with routine. Your brain keeps doing it without you thinking about it. Soon you think about your route to work as much as you do keeping your legs moving when you walk. As in, not at all. Most people call it autopilot, but there's danger there. If you have a break in your routine, your ability to remember and account for the break is only as good as your ability to stop your brain going into routine mode. My ability to remember my phone being on the counter is only as reliable as my ability to stop my brain entering morning routine mode, which would dictate that my phone is actually in my bag. But I didn't stop my brain entering routine mode. I got in the shower as normal. Routine started, exception forgotten, autopilot engaged. My brain was back in the routine. I showered, I shaved. The radio forecast amazing weather. I gave Emily her breakfast and loaded her into the car. She was so adorable that morning she complained about the bad sun in the morning blinding her, saying it stopped her having a little sleep on the way to nursery, and left. That was the routine. It didn't matter that my phone was on the counter charging silently. My brain was in the routine, and in the routine my phone was in my bag. This is why I forgot my phone. Not clumsiness, not negligence, nothing more, my brain entering routine mode and overriding the exception. Autopilot engaged. I left for work. It's a swelteringly hot day already. The bad sun had been burning since before my traitorously absent phone woke me. The steering wheel was burning hot to the touch when I sat down. I think I heard Emily shift over behind my driver's seat to get out of the glare. But I got to work, submitted the report, attended the morning meeting. It's not until I took a quick coffee break and reached for my phone that the illusion shattered. I did a mental re-step. I remembered the dying battery. I remembered putting it on to charge. I remembered leaving it there. My phone was on the counter. Autopilot disengaged. Again, therein lies the danger. Until you have that moment, the moment you reach for your phone and shatter the illusion, that part of the brain is still in routine mode. It has no reason to question the facts of the routine. That's why it's a routine. Attrition of repetition. It's not as if anyone could say, "Why didn't you remember your phone? Didn't it occur to you? How could you forget?" You must be negligent. This is to miss the point. My brain was telling me the routine was completed as normal, despite the fact that it wasn't. It wasn't that I forgot my phone. According to my brain, according to the routine, my phone was in my bag. Why would I think to question it? Why would I check? Why would I suddenly remember out of nowhere that my phone was on the counter? My brain was wired into the routine. and the routine was that my phone was in my bag. The day continued to bake. The morning haze gave way to the relentless fever heat of the afternoon. Tarmac bubbled. The direct beams of heat threatened to crack the pavement. People swapped coffees for iced smoothies, jackets discarded, sleeves rolled up, ties loosened, brows mopped. The park slowly filled with sunbathers and BBQs. Window frames threatened to warp. The thermometer continued to swell. Thank the offices were air-conditioned. But as ever, the furnace of the day gave way to a cooler evening. Another day, another dollar. Still cursing myself for forgetting my phone, I drove home. The day's heat had baked the inside of the car, releasing a horrible smell from somewhere. When I arrived on the driveway, the stones crunching comfortingly under my tires, my wife greeted me at the door. "Where's Emily?" As if the phone wasn't bad enough. After everything, I'd left Emily at the nursery after all. I immediately sped back to the nursery. I got to the door and started practicing my excuses, wondering vainly if I could charm my way out of a late fee. I saw a piece of paper stuck to the door. "Due to vandalism overnight, please use side door. Today only." Overnight? What? The door was fine this morning. I froze. My knees shook. Vandals. A change in the routine. My phone was on the counter. I hadn't been here this morning. My phone was on the counter. I'd driven past because I was drinking my coffee. I'd not dropped off Emily. My phone was on the counter. She'd moved her seat. I hadn't seen her in the mirror. My phone was on the counter. She'd fallen asleep out of the bad sun. She didn't speak when I drove past her nursery. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine and I'd forgotten to drop her off. My phone was on the counter. 9 hours. That car, that baking sun, no air, no water, no power, no help. That heat, a steering wheel too hot to touch. That smell. I walked to the car door, number shock. I opened the door. My phone was on the counter and my daughter was dead. Autopilot disengaged. "Has your husband been standing still?" The woman at the door said her husband was inside my home. She was agitated and ran her fingers through her unwashed hair. "You have the wrong address. It's just me," I said, then lied. "And my boyfriend is here." No, please, just listen to me," she said, placing a hand on the door frame and leaning in toward me. I said I couldn't help her. Said again she had the wrong address, then shut the door. But I could still hear her. "I don't know what he'll do." "Let me in, let me find him," she said, her muffled voice sharpening while her palm drummed on the door. "He stands still." I froze in the entryway and waited full minutes after it sounded like she had left, in case her ear was pressed to the door. I didn't give much thought to her husband at first. There was something off about her, how she tried to talk so calmly, even though it was obvious she was coiled tight enough to snap. She kept floating on her toes, looking into my apartment behind me. But she also didn't seem outcast, or even neglected really. Her cashmere sweater and tapered pants told a different story. So I searched my apartment with the crowbar I kept under the sheets in the linen closet. No one was in the front rooms, with their windows facing the street. I had been there all day, so it was impossible for anyone to have broken in that way. Then I remembered the old dumbwaiter shaft. It was behind the kitchen door, shut behind a hinged metal slab. To keep noise from bleeding between apartments, it was no longer an open shaft, but a dusty compartment used as a pass-through for cables. I brought along my biggest chef knife, from the drawer across from the refrigerator. The steel panel was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle or latch. Instead, there was a small jagged hole punched in one side with several drill bit plunges. I dug a screwdriver out of the junk drawer and tried to pry it open with a single jerk so I could step back and hold out the blade in my other hand. Instead, it swung open with a painfully slow creak, and I dropped the knife, scaring myself even more when it clattered at my feet. Without thinking, I bent down to pick it up. Kneeling on the floor, I imagined a pale hand reaching out into my hair and skull. But when I stood up and looked inside, there was nothing there, just the dark. It was empty. When I left the kitchen and crossed by the front door again, I saw that the woman had shoved a piece of paper in my door, like a takeout menu. It was a torn envelope, like something pulled crumpled from the trash, and had written on it the words, "Listen, please." Then I heard her whisper from low down on the door, even below where I had kneeled to pull at the scrap of paper. The first time my husband was around the corner from our French doors, in the hollow where my desk meets the printer cabinet. He must have been there all morning. He was standing straight up, like a sunflower, but I didn't see him until I got up from the desk and bumped my ankle. When I looked up suddenly, he was there, staring at nothing. The second time, he was behind an all-glass display case in our entryway, pinched between a pane and the wall just inside the front door. The whispering stopped and I realized I was barely breathing. I was still kneeling and my knees were beginning to get sore. "Are you still there?" the whispered voice asked. I didn't answer. He's gotten really skinny and goes through tubes of high SPF sunscreen whenever he is called out to a site, so now he's white as an electric socket. He can suppress his presence and take away your intuitive sense that another person is nearby. He's practicing. He's getting better. He knows where your eyes land and the spaces they slide over. "Go away," I screamed, before retreating to the farthest corner of my apartment away from the front door. It took me a while to calm down, with some TV and all the lights on. I didn't pay attention to the show, but told myself that the woman at the door had a mental illness and a persecution complex, and she wanted to pull me into her delusion. I crept to the window and peered into the park across the street from my house. It was small and mostly mown, with a picnic pavilion and a swing set. But right across from me was a shock of forest, rising up curling and unwanted. The sun was still up, but low enough for this thicket to be dark in its own shadows. I looked for her there, expecting I don't know what. 2 red eyes? I didn't see her, and opened the blinds fully. A few families were playing volleyball down at the farthest end of the park, but it was otherwise empty. Then I caught the blue light off an e-cig. It was her, seated in a shadowed beach chair, with her legs stacked casually in front of her. I could barely see her face, but it looked as if she was staring into my windows. I debated whether to go out to confront her, but when I turned around, I saw her husband. I didn't scream. My throat snapped shut on my breath. Through the kitchen doorway across the room, I could see my dishwasher and him standing next to it, one leg against the fridge. He wasn't standing straight, but bent forward at a right angle, his back aligned with the marble countertop. One arm was held pinned against his thigh, the other down, then the wrist up, with fingers out in odd angles. His face pointed forward, aligned atop his body like a bullet on a shell casing, with his eyes aimed to one side of me and far away. He wore an expression of rapture on a pale face. His lips were glittering red. He didn't move or react and showed no signs of being detected. But I still expected those eyes to swivel and land on me. Didn't feel I could move or look away until it did. I forced myself to clap, then to wave my arms, but there was no reaction. "You," I said. "Sir," I added, "you need to leave." He didn't react, and it wasn't just as if he was ignoring me. There wasn't a tremor or breath. He stayed so still it was as if the whole world had frozen. I called 911, of course. The operator urged me to get out of the house as quickly as possible. I stayed on the line with the operator, but there was nothing left to say. My only way out was past him. Acid filled my stomach. There was no way I could cross that room. I considered tossing something at him, or attacking him, but there was nothing more dangerous than a TV remote nearby. The operator said something about officers on the way, and my phone slipped from my hand in my rush to bring it back to my ear. My eyes never dropped from the husband, who didn't flinch when my phone crunched on impact, then clattered across the floor and under the couch. I lowered myself to my hands and knees and considered crawling over and reaching under until I realized it would put him out of sight. It was better to escape. Maybe I could crawl by him without touching him and he'll stay frozen. Or would he just grab me when I got close? I didn't have a choice. At the threshold between hardwood and tile, I looked down at my hands on the floor, and when I looked up, he was gone. But it was only for an instant, because suddenly I could see him again just in front of me. He hadn't moved. My eyes had let him go and struggled to find him again, like he wasn't where I had expected, or if I had somehow forgotten him. The arms holding me up shook so violently that I pitched forward, landing on the side of my face with a smack. I landed right at his feet, but didn't touch him. Pushing back on the heels of my hands, I rolled backwards and slammed into the cabinet behind me, hard enough that I heard the fiberboard crack inside the door. I could crawl by him now, but first watched him for any sign of movement. He was in a khaki t-shirt that didn't quite match the wood cabinetry or stand out from the white refrigerator at his back, nor were his dark pants much of a match for the brushed chrome of the dishwasher, though I could see he had a sliver of something shimmery silver, like a lanyard loop, hanging out from his pocket. I don't know how he could have disappeared from my sight, but he didn't seem to notice me. I strained to keep an eye on him over my shoulders as I crawled past, until I couldn't move slowly any longer. I scrambled to my feet, tumbling into a standing position, then into a headlong run, where I couldn't tell my heartbeats from the pounding of feet on the floor. After struggling with the lock, I finally squeezed through my front door and shut it behind me without looking back. The police came, searched my apartment, found no one. I tried to explain that he might still be there, that they just hadn't seen him. But they wouldn't come back in with me. They wouldn't search the park either. They were annoyed I wouldn't go back inside, but eventually left. I didn't have my phone and didn't know where to go, so I wandered out of my building in a daze. It was dark out now, but the night air felt good. I saw a car double parked, but didn't pay it any attention until the woman pushed open the passenger side door from the driver's seat and waved me over. I'd be embarrassed to describe the horrible things I said to her, but she was calm and composed. She knew how to handle her husband standing still, and was nothing like the woman who first confronted me on my doorstep. I don't want to give her real name, so I'll call her Flora. "I'll teach you to see him," was the first thing Flora told me once I was able to listen. I didn't want to see him or to go anywhere with this person, but I didn't know what else to do. She drove me far outside of the city until I could see stars over a sprawling suburbia. Somewhere nearer the highway, where duplex condos faded into industrial parks, she turned into a multi-acre construction site. It was all blonde dirt, scraped and marked by bulldozer treads. At the center was a cinder block frame that might one day grow into a big box store. She turned off her headlights, and suddenly the feeling I had ignored in favor of her serene understanding of my situation could no longer be ignored. I was struck dumb with fear, my sore muscles protesting at being called back to alert. Had I met a couple working together? But she kept talking reasonably, kept her instructions simple, and I found no moment to protest. Instead, I followed her, even let her take me by the hand and pull me in a circuitous path out into the center of the standing blocks. She laid out a picnic blanket and urged me to lay on my back next to her with a friendly pat. Inside, I was screaming. "We're in the middle of one of the dimmer meteor showers that doesn't get headlines," she said, "but we can see one every few minutes if we know how to look. Men who stand still," she told me, "can't be searched out like a bird among branches or a face in the crowd. That is a search for specificity. Even if you could live in a state of constant scrutiny, where every pixel of reality is examined, you would not often find these unmoving men. They slip into your scotoma and escape your attention because they are no longer objects to be found." "There was one," she said, pointing to a part of the sky. "Did you see that one?" I hadn't. "Because you are darting around looking for shooting stars," she said, "instead of looking at the surface of reality." Her husband had receded into the sky of our day-to-day existence, she said. When standing still, he wasn't an object to be found in space, but had shut down every part of himself to become permanent. She taught me to make my eyes flat and to search without an idea of what I wanted to see. "To see them, you can no longer want anything from the sky," she said. "You have to deaden yourself to know what surrounds you." I laughed when I saw the first shooting star and forgot about my terrible day. Then there was another and another. "Now please, please don't be afraid," she said, sitting up and placing her hand on my goose-pimpled forearm. I looked around with my meteor eyes. There were men standing in strange shapes, pressed against the cinder blocks, and standing in the mud at bent angles, and even across the street, holding themselves straight. "I see them everywhere now," she whispered. "There are so many of them standing still."